and participants and research scholars. I hope you will enjoy the conference and enhance your knowledge. Thank you to everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now this is the end of inaugural session. Thank you. Thanks
Thank
to
you,
all.
sir. Thank you. Thank you to all.
Now I'm inviting Dr. Varsha Jotwani, ma'am, moderator for first technical sessions, to take over the session chart. Varsha, madam, over to you, please.
Thank you, Mukesh, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, madam, audible.
Thank you, Mukesh, sir. Good morning to honorable dignitaries, learned delegates, research scholar, and dear student. With a great joy and immense exultation, I, Dr. Varsha Jotwani, Associate Professor of Computer Science and Information Technology, Rabindranath Tagore University, feel privileged to welcome you all on behalf of organizing committee of 2 days international conference on data science, machine learning, and application 2021. Well said by the Steve Jobs, everyone shall know how to program a computer because it teaches you how to think. It is on occasion like this we get opportunity to test our knowledge and understanding. We look forward to getting exposure about what the best of the brains think about this very dynamic issues of data science, machine learning, and application 2021. This is our plenary session 1, artificial intelligence image processing. And I will now start with the keynote speaker address session, and title is Leveraging Data Science and Machine Learning for Agriculture Applications. I consider it is a great honor to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. A. Subish. Before heading towards our session, let me introduce through his brief profile. Dr. A. Subish is a scientist at Indian Council of Agriculture Research with extensive experience in data science, machine learning, and Internet of Things. Currently, he is working in the Agriculture Mechanization Division of ICR, CIAE, Central Institute of Agriculture Engineering. He is an open source advocate and active member of various computer science and engineering forums. Sir, definitely we will love to hear more about the machine learning application in agriculture stream. Over to you, sir.
Am I audible? Good morning to all.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Thank you so much for the detailed introduction. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for bringing me here and give an opportunity to be a part of this great event and share my thoughts on in a global platform like this. So I'll be sharing the screen, and I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. So the topic of discussion is Agriculture 4.0, leveraging data science and machine learning for agriculture applications. I'm Subish, a scientist, agriculture mechanization ICRCA Bhopal. So basically the agenda is we'll be starting with the need of digitization, and we'll be discussing on why digitization is required and why it is the need of the hour. And then we'll be going to the agriculture 4.0, why it is called agriculture 4.0, and what are the data-driven solutions possible in agriculture. And we'll be developing, we'll be talking about how to develop an end-to-end solution when you deal with an agriculture problem, and machine learning approaches and technology stack, what are the technologies required, and application in research areas, and we'll be concluding it. So why we need digitization in agriculture? According to Food and Agriculture Organization, the global population is set to reach 9.2 billion by 2020. This is a great amount, right? So we need some kind of technology, some kind of technology-driven agriculture in order to feed this population. As the world population is increasing, and land, water, and other resources are deteriorating, and it is important to rely on technology-driven solution to meet this demand. Also, climate change and other kind of issues keep on coming, this pandemic situation. So we need to tackle all this. So technology-driven agriculture is a need of the hour. So what is agriculture 4.0? Basically, agriculture 1.0, we started with 1.0, where we had animal power and using simple tools. It was very labor intensive. And when it comes to the 2.0, we had new tools like synthetic pesticide, fertilizers, better seeds, and more efficient specialized machines. In case of agriculture 3.0, we had somewhat advanced again, advanced mechanization and technologies like guiding systems, sensors, and GPS applications. And agriculture 4.0 is a future farming technology, and it drives greater efficiencies in farming, tackling rising population and climate change. And precision farming is one of the key area in this. And the greater focus is on Internet of Things, cloud computing, and artificial intelligence. So it is basically a technology-driven agriculture. We have more focus on this Internet of Things, AI-based and allied technologies like cloud computing, all this. And I will be telling you how it is connected. These all are in a cycle. Like it starts from the sensor, it ends in the end users after the AI decision making. So we concentrate more on more crop per drop and reduced input, and we'll be continuously monitoring the fields and whatever agriculture object we are observing. And data-driven solutions are the key. Let's talk about what is precision farming. Precision farming is the technique of applying the right amount of input, fertilizers, pesticide, and water at the right location at the right time. And what are the objectives? Enhancing the production, decreasing input, improve quality of product, and protect the environment. So these are the targets. Now, recent advancement in technologies like Internet of Things, cloud computing, big data analytics have made the precision farming system more reliable and efficient. This precision farming was there for quite a long time, but introduction of these technologies has made it more efficient. Data is a new oil. So data in 21st century is like oil in 18th century, an immensely valuable asset. So Toby Wash, in his book 2062, The World That AI Made, he has quoted like this: if data is the new oil, then machine learning is the refinery of this large data set. Because unless you derive some insight from the data is of no use. So machine learning and AI based algorithms can derive meaning from this, and you can put it into some useful applications. So we are in a digital economy where data is more valuable than ever. And like oil, for those who see data as fundamental value and learn to extract and use it, there will be huge rewards. And we are in a world that it continuously changing, and technology is advancing each and every day. And autonomous vehicles are getting popular. Google launches earphones that allows live translation of any language to what you can understand. And all these breakthroughs were only possible due to data. So now I will be taking you through how a end-to-end agriculture solution is made. It all starts with the data. So we have assumed that you have a field and you'll be putting sensors everywhere. You want to measure your temperature, humidity, and you want to see how the crop is growing. So you will deploy sensors and will be connected, embedded unit will be there. So that consists of the IoT network. And from this IoT network, each and every second or minute, the data will be pushing into a cloud or a storage. This constitutes a big data. So because every second data is getting generated. And unless you do some analytics or kind of analysis on top of this data is of no use. So you want to see the patterns, right? You want to see whether the crop is growing right in the right way, if it needs some inputs, or if the water is right, or everything will be monitored. So this is a data-based learning. A general architecture can be like this. And when it comes to particular to agriculture problem, the application area can be anything like crop, livestock, greenhouse, farm machinery, or storage. So all this will be equipped with sensors and actuators, and this will be continuously monitored. And we will have sensors. This is completely on an IoT-based IoT AI integration. And we'll have IoT gateways, and it will go to the cloud. It can be used as a server. It can be a server or a cloud. So each this individual parts will be taken in detail. And first, once the data is ready, it will be, this is the machine learning process. You can see in the top side. In the data ingestion side, we'll be pushing the data and we'll be doing the processing. And this all the pipelines, machine learning pipeline that you must already be doing it. The data pre-processing, ML building. So once the model is built, it will provide a single H5 file, or in case of frozen graphs or anything it will give. And from there, you can get the response. You will send the request and get the response. And if that can be actually transferred to a farmer, like let's say put it in a use case. If you have a crop and you want to see, or just a simple use case, if you take in the field, the deployed sensor in the field wants to monitor water level, or he wants to predict whether it is right way to irrigate. So we'll be putting sensors, and this will go to, if the data collection is required, it can go to the cloud, and after the processing, the farmer should get an input like you need to irrigate or not. So this is a simple use case, but here we are not using much analytics because it's just a condition check only based on water level. But more advanced analytics requires all this model building, everything. So we'll be taking in advanced problems we'll be seeing. So what is Internet of Things? So we started with the sensors. Now we will be talking about Internet of Things, the complete network. So Internet of Things is the IoT is a network of physical objects that contain embedded technology to communicate and sense or interact with the internal space and for the external environment. So to put it in a simple way, you can say Internet of Things is the integration of computer-based system to the physical world. Now, IoT hardware, we are developing the system one by one. So first we have the components like sensors will be the Raspberry Pi, Arduino, these are our microcontrollers, and we can use the transmission unit like Zigbee and ultrasonic sensor. All these sensors are connected. These are this constitute of the hardware. Now you need to program this, and programming is comparatively easy when it comes to Arduino or Raspberry Pi. It's all supported scripts like GPIO coding. So in case of Raspberry Pi, you'll be doing the pin programming. The sensors will be connected to this Raspberry Pi and you'll be getting the input from the sensors. So for that, you need the programming side. And most of the basic activities you must have done in your academics itself. So Raspberry Pi will be preloaded with Python. And basically, Python is, or Raspberry Pi is preferred when you want to develop an application which requires more analytics. And Arduino is also very basic. Simple operations can be done with Arduino as well. So now consists of what is big data. We started with sensors. Now Internet of Things is over. Now comes to big data. So this generates the data, right? This IoT device, every second it generates data. That is the key cause of all this huge amount of data. So key enablers of growth of big data are increase in storage capacities, increase in processing power, availability of data. So every day, these days, the data is every day, huge millions of data is getting generated. Every day we create 2.5 quintillion bytes of data. 90% of the data in the world today has been created for the last 2 years. So this is how the world is moving. It's all data driven now. And what are the 4 V's of big data? The characteristics of big data. So volume is the size of data, and variety is different types of data. Big data can be structured, unstructured, and semi-structured. So it can be in any format. And the velocity with which the data is coming, and veracity is the trustworthiness of data. Now we are connecting the dots like we started in our IoT part and big data we covered. Now what is the requirement of like we'll be talking about why it is 2 sides of the same coin. Each sensor pushes a data every second, and this accumulation of data will be very huge. Like we deployed the sensors on the field, and that will be collecting the data. And after a certain point, the data will be very huge so that we can apply some analytics on top of it. And the data from IoT devices are then collated in the cloud and used to train AI algorithms. Now the data will be, we have to store it somewhere. So cloud-based applications have, see the emerging, all these, the recent advancement technologies are all supporting, and they all are drawing directly to the AI. So for an organization with dynamic resource requirement, the best way is to opt a cloud solution because it is on pay-per-use model and it can be scaled on demand. So you can assume that if you're using e-commerce website on a particular website or a particular sale day, or just say in Flipkart, you must have seen the Big Billion Day. So that particular day, there will be a huge number of requests, and there is a possibility that the system may crash. So that time they need to increase the resources. If they are using a normal server, they cannot increase it immediately, and they don't need to keep that much resource for just to fulfill that one day's request. So that means so much of wastage of resource also. So cloud-based service will be helping them to add these resources on demand. So it is called auto scaling. So you can scale it on demand, like based on the request, you can increase it. So Amazon Web Service, Microsoft Azure, Google, GCP, Adobe, VMware, all these are some of the examples. And do we need analytics every time? We need to analyze the data every time. In simple alerts, the way we deal with all data has evolved in 3 different levels. So the first is the simple level. Say I wanted to, as I got it in the last slides, there was if you want to check the field, say need to be irrigated or not, just by checking a water level. So these cases you don't need to have an analytics here. You can just put simple if condition and check if the water level is beyond a threshold. You can just directly turn on the motors. So that is a simple alert, and you need data analysis when there are so many parameters involved, like multiple parameters and involved, like temperature, pressure, and so in this case we human cannot decide it, or just a simple program cannot decide whether to take an action or what point you need to take an action. And advanced ML is required when there are real-time and very high amount of features are there and parameters, and you need to do predictive modeling. And what is the difference between traditional analytics and big data analytics? Traditional analytics is descriptive analytics, and it is diagnosis analytics, and it focuses on what has happened and why. And at the same time, big data is deriving more insight. It focuses on predictive analytics and data science, and it deals with large scale data sets and more types of data, raw data and complex. The models are very complex. So these are some of the machine learning algorithms. I have not included everything, but it is a huge set. So some of them I have included here. Support vector machines, linear regression, for a regression, k-nearest neighbors. All this you must have already used it. ML focuses on algorithms that learn from experience and improve their decision making and predictive. So generally, a supervised algorithm works like this. We have the input. We'll be developing a model and training it and testing and evaluating. Once it is again, it's retrained. Once you attain a good accuracy score, and then we'll be just putting this model and we'll be making the model live, and so that it can do live predictions. So what is deep learning in computer vision? So this is one of the big breakthroughs in case of machine learning. And basically, what is the difference between human and computers? Human can process huge amount of information inside an image. If let's say I'm audible, right? Any connection?
Very clearly. Very
Okay.
clearly.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes, sir.
Thanks. Okay, so what is the difference between a human and a computer? So a human can process any image. If I see some person, I can remember him for quite a long time. But this is not possible with computers. At the same time, computers can add up multiple numbers together, and which that capability is not there for human. I cannot add multiple now, like so many big digits. I cannot do that computation. So deep learning was resulted from the thought of making a system that can combine both, and it can mimic human brain. So already these researchers happening in this area, and human brain functionalities, most of the functionalities are being already implemented. So human brain functionalities like temporal lobe, that's a part of brain which deals with the memory, and understanding are achieved using RNN. Recurrent neural network will be able to, just like in NLP, you must have seen your recommendation system. If you type in Google, it will give you the recommendation. It is based on, it is remembering that your previous search results. So based on that, it suggests you the next what you're going to type. And occipital lobe functionalities like vision, object detection at present are made tremendous achievement. And using RNN, CNN based computations can do, algorithms can do image vision and computer vision, object detections, all that. So computer vision for image classification. In agriculture, computer vision has started gaining strong foothold and automation detection capabilities. Classification within object is fairly easy task. This is just what I mentioned. Image classification refers to labeling of images or one of several predefined classes. So this is the architecture of a CNN network. So we'll have the input image. So it will do the convolution operation by using kernels and filters, or that we can detect the edges, all these characteristics, and with higher level features can be extracted. And as it goes into the deep, and you will again you will use the flattened normal neural network to classify it. And this is how the network is. I mean, most must have used any of the pre-trained model also. It's a simple model of that. So far we have, I just summarized whatever we have discussed so far. We started with sensors, IoT devices, how the data goes to the cloud, and what is big data. And now we started with the analytics side. So this is the complete cycle. So one started from the field. If you're taking agriculture, it will start from the field. We have collected the data. We pushed it to the, it considered a big data. We stored it in the server, and then we do some analytics there. Okay, so next is object detection. In case of object detection, we'll be drawing a bounding box around the images. That is the basic difference between image classification and object detection. Object detection identifies the class of objects and the location specific coordinates in an image or video. So this is how it identifies. Like comparing to image classification, object detection, it will have a bounding box around it. It indicates the particular object. So when we talk about the technology stack, this is basically a completely open source matter. And see, we have used, when we do develop a complete solution, we use Matplotlib, Seaborn, and Plotly libraries for visualization, and OpenCV for image-based analysis, and SciPy for scientific computation. All these are used for building solutions. This is completely data analysis side. It will be NumPy, Pandas is for processing. And PyTorch is again a framework based on Python, like TensorFlow, it can do neural computing, all that. And Keras scikit-learn is for use for, again, this machine learning libraries. So it's a collection of machine learning libraries. So this is the data analysis side. And when we talk about the cloud-based computing, we have Colab, Paperspace, and AWS Cloud AI, Azure, Google AI, and DigitalOcean. So all these are used when we want to, because in case of object detection, higher level models, we cannot actually do it in your local machine. So we need some cloud-based solution for that. So that is why we go for cloud, because our computation power will not be sufficient. So most of the recent days, people are training their models in Colab paper space. So again, this will not complete the complete picture, because I have seen people developing models and leave it there. But we have to complete when we want to complete, you have to develop it as an application. We need mobile application development or web application. You have to convert. Otherwise, you have to make it as a product, like something which a robotic thing or something which has the computer vision or analysis capability. So in Flutter is one such thing for mobile development. We use Flutter, React Native. Flutter is by Google, and React Native is developed by founded by this Facebook. And these are, I basically go for Flutter. This is very recent and the community is very good. And React Native also is very little bit old. So these are the mobile application set of tools you have. And for web applications, as usual, HTML, CSS, jQuery, and for chart-based visualization, you can use Day3.js. And Django is again Python-based framework for web application development. Flask is again a similar kind. And Rust is for Rust API creation. So this all will be a complete package for if you want to develop an application based on ML, DL. So this is industry people are already working, like releasing products based on this. Even there are other languages also you can go for, but these are all Python based and it's concentrated on Python. So we'll take one by one examples like application areas. This is one handheld device developed in our institute, ICRCAE. See, plant disease is actually plant diseases and nutrient deficiencies act as a major threat to small-scale farmers, as they lead to major destruction in overall food supply. And for larger farms, drone-mounted hyperspectral imaging camera can collect the images, and using machine learning algorithms, the crop health are monitored. So early detection of nutrient deficiencies, stress detection can be done using deep learning-based image analysis. So this is how it is done. So we'll be collecting the images, and we use CNN models. This is based on CNN, and we'll be classifying it. So this is very important problem, because timely analysis and detection is very important in case of crop. And another device which is developed in our institute for thermal images, and the data, this is also for stress detection. And crop images and aerial images will be the input for this, and we'll be doing classification, object detection. These are the different types of algorithms you can apply and types, and the disease can be identified. Deep learning-based solution to plant disease identify are commonly available in mobile applications. You must have seen Plantix apps, and so many mobile applications are also available. You can click picture, and the AI algorithm will give you the results, like what kind of disease it is. And irrigation automation is another problem statement where agriculture will always remain the most dominant use of water resources at the global level, and is bound to boost further as well. So there is an urgent need to create strategies based on science and technology for sustainable use of water. So soil moisture sensor, temperature and humidity sensor placed in the field can collect data and transfer it for analysis. The complete automation is possible using water pumps connected. So how irrigation can be possible, like the automatic irrigation. This is a general problem statement. When from small scale, you can do it on a bigger scale as well. So the sensors will be deployed in the field. It can be temperature, humidity, or water level sensors. So we have connected microcontrollers. So this will send the data to an IoT gateway, and this will go to a IoT cloud and irrigation management. For a simple IoT cloud, if people are using ThinkSpeak platforms and all that. So if you want to store it in a larger scale, you can go for AWS or any other cloud platform, and that will be again converted into converted. And once the results is obtained, after analysis, the result is obtained, you can send it back to the controller, and using a relay, you can turn on the motor. So this analysis is generally not much required for irrigation, because it has to be happen immediately. So you don't do much analysis. You can just based on the water level or simple conditions, you can directly do the scheduling without using much analysis. And pest and weed control, again, this uses deep learning. Image data sets on weeds, images of pests and crop, even aerial images using UAVs also used for this. And classification, object detection. So I have not mentioned the exact classification, because you can try various algorithms like even CNN variations, inception, pre-trained models, or otherwise you can do your own custom CNN models. And object detection, basically YOLO or faster RCNN SSDs, these models are preferred, and presence of weed pest can be identified. So once you have identified the pest, you can do a targeted spraying. So if you have mounted this algorithms on this particular model in a device, so you can have it in a robotic thing, and you can do this analysis. On top of that, you can do the spraying as well. So agribots is the next thing, and labor-intensive tasks such as crop harvesting are most effective target in the agribot revolution. And harvesting and picking is one of the most popular robotic applications in agriculture due to accuracy and speed that robot can achieve. So humans can get tired, right? Also, robots is a better alternative, and we have labor shortage also. So extensive use of advanced computer vision is employed in agribots for detection and identification. So also agribots in terms of weeding, also the same can be applied. So you can see that that particular machine has a camera, so that is mounted on it, and it can do the real-time processing. And you may have a computer vision-based model inside, and this image captured by the camera will be sent to this model, and the models immediately will tell you that this particular part is a weed and this particular part is a plant. So you can target that spraying can be done. So this is very common these days, and in our institute also we are doing some research on this. And picking crops also requires manual dexterity and delicate touch. So the one problem is that the gripper of the robotic arm, if you have, or the gripper generally, when you pick a fruit, it will be very, very rough, and you need to handle it with more precision, and otherwise it can break. So the fruit, leafy vegetable can turn also. So agri-tech companies and private sector robotic departments all are working on this to clear this hurdle. So in case of livestock farms, we have automation possible in product innovation and process innovation. In case of process, we consider the process the smart monitoring. Position, location, and activities can be monitored, and even the health also. And feeding, nutrition management, even if you are developing equipment, milk processing equipment, preserving milk, robotic milking, all these are used for different cases. In case of livestock monitoring, this is again another very common area. The cow or the cattle will be embedded with some sort of sensor and control unit. So this is called smart collar. It will be like embedded like this, and from this it can be identified that the cattle's movements, even the movements and how much time it is feeding, how much time it is traveling and resting. So based on analyzing, this will be a numerical data. There is no need of image-based analysis here, because from the sensors you will get numerical data, and at the time of like once you collect all this data, you will be getting at what point, like how much duration the cattle is drinking water, and if it's disease, the pattern will be different, right? It will be like you can do a clustering problem also, and it can be classification also, the different like disease conditions, or if it is healthy, or all this, even estrus can be detected based on that. So disease identification, well-being, estrus detection, and maintaining health of cattle. So these are possible with all these sensors embedded, and even body temperature, all this can be analyzed. Yield estimation is also a very important problem, because early estimation can improve a lot of burden on the farmers, because they can plan for crop insurances and forward marketing and delivery planning, harvesting, storage requirement, and cash flow budgeting. Machine learning is an important decision support tool for crop yield prediction, including support decisions on what crops to grow at a particular season. Prediction can be made by taking into account forecast climate, soil, and its mineral content. So all these are possible with machine learning. So this is one problem that currently we are working on. We are estimating the yield based on deep learning and numerical methods also, and historic crop yield data, weather parameters, remote sensing data, image based, all these we can use. So different types of problems that can be possible are one is a time series analysis, where we will be using even LSTM, RNA networks also you can use, or you can use simple statistical ARIMA models. And regression analysis, again, normal random forest regressor or any linear variations of linear regression. And computer vision, again, as I said, faster RCNN, YOLO, SSDs are preferred, because to develop an object detection model from starting, it will be a little tedious, and it requires more computation power. So, and we'll get an yield estimate on that. Storage systems is another case where in storage system, a very small human error can cause a very big issue, because if you're missing by small margin, you can cause a very big problem. So maintaining optimum humidity and temperature and identifying presence of toxic gases can be done with sensors. And rich level prediction and shelf life can also be done with data analysis. So inside the complete storage unit, we will be putting sensors at each point, and we will be analyzing if any issue is coming. So in cold storage also these days experiments are going on. Again, this system also doesn't require advanced analytics, because we need to take immediate action. We cannot go to, sometimes what we avoid doing analysis because we don't want to that much delay. When it goes to the cloud, it will have some delay. So we try to push it to the edge devices. We do analysis on the edge devices as fast as possible and give the analysis result and do some automations to stop it. So so those cases you don't need analysis some cases, but if you want predictive analysis or want to predict the shelf life, or all this can be done with machine learning. And when we talk about the futuristic aspects, agriculture is in AI in agriculture is very bright, and it's like 2018. If you see the statistics, it's from last couple of years, if you see, it is very much increasing. And even in terms of research also, 5,000, it's very low. This number is very low. You can contribute to this, and it's a very growing area. And in terms of Indian global perspective, patents are quite less in Indian context and in India side, and we are still working on it. And we are a little late to enter into this, but still we are contributing as much. And growing trend observed in artificial intelligence in agriculture research for the past few years. So with this, we have talked about sensors. We discussed about IoT, how the complete solution can be done, and we talked about some of the use cases in agriculture, and we are concluding that AI is redefining the traditional pattern of agriculture and highly capable of increasing productivity to meet the growing food demand. And automation in agriculture is being achieved extensively by using machine learning. The amount of data captured by IoT devices and drone provides new ability to predict changes and identify opportunities. And the future of AI in agriculture is way ahead in offering radical transformation with advanced approaches. With this, I'm concluding the presentation, and thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your time, knowledge, and experiences with us. We all agree that your lecture, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. We all agree that your lecture is very informative and gives a deep insight to our listener. We are pleased to have your participation in the conference, and we thank you for your valuable contribution. Thank you so much, sir, once again. Now, again, welcome to all of you people. We feel honored to welcome to have with us our next keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Ajay Rana. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Before proceeding to our next keynote speaker session, let me introduce Professor Ajay Rana. Professor Ajay Rana is a chairman, AUN Research Lab, executive committee member of IEEE Uttar Pradesh section member of IEEE, and life member of Computer Society of India and ISTE. He is also the member of an editorial board and review committee of several journals. He is working as a dean in Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Noida. There are several patents registered by his name. A number of students has also completed doctorate under him. He has a vast number of international publications. He has been honored with a numerous awards and also a various recognition for his extraordinary works in the field of education and research. Welcome you once again, sir. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Vaishya.
Thank you.
Esteemed colleagues on the forum, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Sri Rabindranath Tagore University, my colleagues, professor fraternity, the faculty members, the researchers, and the audience. I'm so thankful that the organizers invite me on the forum to share my views. I'm audible, Dr. Vaishya?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Thank you, Dr. Varsha. So during this pandemic, my talk with respect to latest technology. And my dear researchers and professors, our philosophy is not like that because we are the teachers, we are the torch bearer across the world, and it is our responsibility to guide the world for the betterment of the society. So during my presentation, my thinking is that my presentation enlighten about the latest technology. So that is the futuristic, the game changer technology with respect to the society. During pandemic, I'm share the one great news in front of all of you, that it is our responsibility to apply the various funding agencies, and they have a corpus fund to strengthen our research work, to strengthen our ideas for upcoming technology, like the previous speaker, where the professor shared a lot of things with respect to agriculture by the technology in AI. So here I'm sharing few latest technologies in front of you, and my point is that I cover the basic things with respect to professors and the upcoming researchers. So these are the contents with respect to my presentation. The overview of the future, as my previous colleague shared with respect to agriculture point of view, but here I will cover with the different sectors with the point of view AI. Now there are very fancy words that used by various corporate organizations or education institutions or the upcoming researchers like machine learning, data center, cybersecurity, blockchain, IoT, IoE, IOV, and many others. So I'm trying to categorize the basic foundations where AI stands, where the machine learning stands, where the data center stands with this presentation. So after that, big data and the analytics, the role of cybersecurity with respect to the AI, the data science, and after that, the new scope of connectivity. During this pandemic, we have learned a lot of things where one small sector are sorry, not directly work, that is small sector are linked with each other. So how the blockchain work in the today's scenario? And the most important thing is about the IoT, the latest word, the fancy word used by the industry, IoT. So according to the Bill Gates, and according to his words, that the advancement of technology for a layman is based on making it fit, and so that you do not really even notice it. So it is a part of your everyday life. Like whenever you visit the Facebook, LinkedIn, or many other social media networks through your mobile phone, as per your area of interest, as per your age, in the today's scenario, find a lot of pop-ups comes up. How that pop-ups comes up? They categorically recognized your database. They categorically recognized your pictures. They categorically recognize on the understanding between you and the third party to access your the basic data, and on the basis of your area of interest, they approach to you to sell their product, to help you for both point of the society. So you are not aware that what is this? As a layman, only 5 to 7% industry is working on a basic hardcore technology, but 70 to 65% populations across the world use these technologies. They are not aware about the machine learning or the deep learning, but they are more friendly about use of these technologies. So the first word is the artificial intelligence. Try to understand what is artificial intelligence. So before that word, computer, like you see a lot of channels on the TV channel, mimicry. Lot of the persons who mimic or the duplicate the functions of the human being. Same what is a computer. Earlier we worked on paper and pencil. Now the computers are very fast. So same artificial intelligence is the intelligence of machines which aims to create it, which aim that what we think that the machines give us the results. So that is the basic definition of the artificial intelligence. That word is not by the new word. A lot of the business tycoons said that market scenario captured by the AI, like according to the market research firm, $118 billion by 2025. And according to the Gartner, that is 37% at that time. And many of the organizations, the growth of these organizations who use AI directly or indirectly in their business, that is up to 270% over the past 4 years. And esteemed colleagues, during this pandemic, we have realized that our country, India, where the outside world think that we are very backside of the technologies. But we have learned a lot of things. Our school children, college students, the parents, the persons who belongs to the very far area. Now the classes are going on virtual mode. We have passed the informations from one stage to another stage with the help of technologies. Now the growth is in the current scenario, not only 270%, but even more. So virtually even industry and each person on the planet that may be affected. So that is about the estimation, future of AI. You should try to understand the needs of the current scenario. The AI word is not about the new word for us that may be used by all different types of industry, like in healthcare, education, manufacturing, and all of that. The first time when the Madame Curie received the second time Nobel Prize at the time, she said during the time, that is my wish, is sometimes machines can communicate. So in 1950, the time when it all started, think beyond the body, how machines can interact with each other. Now, the first time when John McCarthy coined the term artificial intelligence, in 1974, when the computers became faster and affordable, it reached not for all people, but by the governments. They work on these technologies. In the year 80s, the year of artificial intelligence for developed countries. But what about the third nation? What about the developing countries? Like in 2000 and onwards, the landmark of AI establishments to achieve. A lot of the researchers who work in this field, and now we are all witness about the cutting edge technologies. So you should try to understand how this future, this cutting edge technologies be beneficial for your research work, for your area of interest, so that your life may be so easier and the society may be more beneficial. For example, here I take a few examples with respect to leading AI domains, like your personalized shopping, whenever you go with any social media, there's a portal like eBay or Amazon or many others. Whenever you check the one cloth, the virtual shopping, the assistant or the chatbot improve the user experience while shopping online. There is the automated pop-ups on the window, as I have already earlier mentioned, about your area of interest. How much time that you have spent on the particular product. Then the machine recognize, I will come to the next one, machine learning. That machine may learn about your area of interest and give 5 or 6 similar type of products as per your area. That is not any rocket science, but that is about how the big data, machine learning, data centers, all are work together and produce a related information stream. So this, the AI domain is about the personalized shopping. The powered assistance, like we create the recommendation engines through which you can engage the better search, like in Google. Whenever you click on the notification, all these things you write, the best songs of Hollywoods. Then they have mentioned the best songs of Hollywood, Bollywood, Trollywood, and many others. How that the Google work, esteemed colleagues, esteemed research. The entire, like if you go ahead with respect to Google or the Gmail or LinkedIn or Facebook, you realize that these companies use these technologies very fast. So they are the AI powered assistants. The next is about the fraud preventions. Yes, there's a credit card fraud and the fake reviews are the two most significant issues in the e-commerce, and the companies deals with these. They have the multiple authentications. Whenever you transfer your money, they send the one username and password. Like for Netflix, for some about some other sites, when you open your account or watch the movie on the TV, they send the one barcode or the 3 and 4 digit numbers. So they are easily identify the correct users. So whenever some fraud may be rise, the companies work on that two things. We are witness about the AI navigation. MIT, USA, the GPS technologies can provide the users with accurate, timely, and detailed information to improve the safety. My dear friends, here I share the one word, MIT, USA, who coined the word the GPS technologies. I request to all the researchers, please develop something new by the name of your university or by the name of your college, because you know that the MIT or Harvard, they are some institutions those who have a corpus of amount $4 to $7 billion, where they can manage their universities without any outside funding support. So that type of technology is developed by such institutions. And I request to all the esteemed professors, like C, C++, Java, Python, all these languages are developed by other countries. Is any language developed by our country? Right now. Now, I request you to think beyond the border. About language or some technology. So AI in healthcare, find device applications in healthcare sector. I will touch all these things in the upcoming slides. Automobile industries use the build self-driving vehicles using autonomous predictions and the algorithms like you see that about the automated rocket launchers. So many things may be used with automobiles used in the various sectors. These are the applications. AI is not like that used in the one sector, but you name the sector, you will find the AI directly or indirectly, or supported by third parties. Third party, you say the third organization like computer vision, robotics, communication, programming, gaming, music, technologies, medical science, education sector. You name the sector and you find the AI, like the previous speakers tells about the AI in agriculture. So I request to you that if you have a time, if you have some idea, patent your idea, publish your idea with respect to your area, so that you will find the AI in all the different types of sectors. That is about the prediction by IDC, International Data Corporation report. And that is very alarming, esteemed colleagues, if you find that the CRM, AI in CRM, AI in ERM, or you say that software platform or rest of the AI, they never declined right now. But what about the increasing AI development, application development, the deployment, and the second one, the most important, that is AI in software platform. So you are not your area as if your project was not funded by, not supported by some outside agency, you have an option to develop some apps, to develop some software platforms, or application development or the deployment of these technologies. So that is about the forecast by the IDC, where a lot of new venture capitalists, new entrepreneurs work on these two sectors, and that maybe grow about 40 to 45%. Same about 25 to 30% growth in two sectors, infrastructure or the application development. Some advantage of AI, we all knew that they are very powerful and they're useful for the computers, very accurate, new and the improved interface. We are able to find how the machines are give the better performance, better handling the information, convert the informations into your knowledge. We have the facts, figures, voice, values. They are the data, raw data. Convert these data into the information as per your requirement. So AI support, AI provide the solutions. Disadvantage, yes, that's why we have created new cutting-edge technologies like data centers or machine learning, like increased cost. It is not possible to everyone start their new venture capitals or something others, maybe some costly or difficult for the software development, slow and more expensive. And you need some experienced professionals who will take care about these things. And the most important, how to upgrade your system as per the requirement. Because whenever you buy one mobile, like Apple or Nokia or some, you say that OnePlus or any other, after 1 month or after a year, you realize that the system may be outdated or you update your system. So how to integrate your product as per the demand of the society and the demand for the user. The future of AI, yes, there is no, I think as per my knowledge, there's not a single field where not directly or indirectly used by AI. It is up to us how we use this AI for the computer professional, those who are computer professionals. If you are not the computer professional, now you have the interdisciplinary research involve around 10% researcher from the different fields, so that they will provide you better results. So like in biological intelligence or the memory capacity of the human being. If the human being, like if you are live, that information may be available. If you are not live, how we capture that information? So AI is a platform that information be available forever. So that is about the future of AI. Again, these are the two words, that is the exponential growth of AI from both points of view, positive sense that is useful to the society and the negative sense that is harmful to the society. Some dictators across the globe, those who use these terms for the betterment of the society or for the negative sense. So as a teacher, as a guru, we have no caste, we have no religions, we have no color. We are the person who are the torch bearer. So it is our responsibility to educate the world, to educate the community, to use these technologies for the betterment of for our society. Now, I touch a few other cutting edge technologies, give the overview about the machine learning. So machine learning, that was nothing about the new word, but now they are the branch of AI. Many of the scholars asked some question to me, sir, I'm interested to work in machine learning. Then I said, okay, you have the basic concepts. During my time, when I complete my MTech or doctorate, at that time, we had a one paper, AI and expert system, artificial intelligence and expert system. Now they are the sub branches. So machine learning means building applications that learn from data. We have the huge amount of data to improve their accuracy over time without being performed to do so. How the machine gives the results with us when we launch new things. So that is about the machine learning. So I will come to the upcoming slide that you will find. So we have the 2 or 3 different types of requirements: supervised data and the unsupervised learning, or supervised learning or unsupervised, or reinforcement learning. So first, supervised learning means describe the class of problems that involve using or mapping between the input examples and the target variables. See, we have such type of information, we have the such type of data, collect the data, and only for the target. We project only and for this target, like the pandemic. Here, our target is only and only how we take care about that particular problem, not about the related areas. Unsupervised learning means involves using model to describe the exact relationship in the database. So they may be linked different sites for the extract relationship in the data. And reinforcement learning is describe the class of problem where agent operate in an environment and must learn operate using feedback. There's a one word, feedback, and the feed forward. How the reinforcement, okay, that type of predictions you have, that type of data you have, that data may be useful for different purpose, not about the target, not about the current, but maybe in the future for your point of reference. So that type of machine learning we have. How that machine learning data may be, that how the machine learning, the work in the terms of the computer language, like you have the external data source, you have a like big data, you have the external data source with the help of social media, with the help of forums, with the help of indicators, with the help of market applications, any database. Plus you have the historical data. So you have the 2 type of data, your historical data on the basis of your experience, on the basis of your expert system, and you have a new data. Now you combine these data and train the data as per your requirement. When you train the data, then validate data as per the user requirement. Validate means validation and verification. Correct data or data correct, these are the 2 words. So here we apply the machine learning algorithms with the help of mathematical modeling, and we apply these functions, prediction engineers, then the predictions, and again we store this data and again back to the historical. So that type of machine learning, that type of data may work, and we call them, that is the working of machine learning based predictions. Across the globe, various countries, those who work with respect to supervised learning and the unsupervised learning, maximum part of the globe, those who work for the supervised learning. In fact, most of the developed countries, those who work on the supervised learning target base. For research-based, some unsupervised learning like China or some part of the US, they work for the unsupervised learning. The data may be used directly or indirectly or the future reference. So that may be used by unsupervised learning by these countries. So, Madhurima ji, can you mute yourself, please? I request you, Madhurima Sharma ji. Now, the next about the cutting edge technologies about the big data. And now you have a corpus of data. How do integrate that data? You means the big data, and it is that sometimes your data may be useful or not. Whenever you go and check with your mobile phone, you have around thousands of numbers. But check is these thousands of numbers are that used every time or not. But these data is useful for you, but not for the others. So big data analyze challenge including the capturing the data, storage the data, analyze the data, searching, sharing, transfer, visualizing, queries, updating, information privacy, and data storage, and many others aboard. And we call that the data. Remember, that is not information. Information means as per the user requirements, how to correlate that data as per your requirement of the system. Whenever you go to buy a car, the first marketing representative asks many questions. Sir, what is your budget? Sir, which color you like more? Sir, you have any specifications? So that persons capture your information, analyze that information, and give you the best results. The same, that marketing representative acts as a big data. And we use these informations as per our choice. So same, these words are not about some new words, but these words that we have taken from our daily requirement. So big data means you have the corpus of data, but how that data may be arranged and convert that data into your information. So for example, like that, you collect the data from the website, from the warehouse, from the e-commerce, from the financial transactions, from the banking, from the credit card, from the online trading, from purchasing, from the social media, and many others. And in fact, you are surprised at how much time that you spend on particular social media. That and on which type of your area of interest that time is spent on jokes, to watch movies, and other things. So that entire the raw data, and whenever some companies sell your data, sell your area of interest to the third party, then you receive the call from that bank or other organization. So we collect that data. I repeat, these are the facts, figures, voice, values, and different types of data. There is no useful data, but data means any mode. So these are the data all around. Now there are two type of data. The big, where the one bucket, like we have the one bucket. We collect the water from our tap and make a storage, and you take the one jug water from that bucket. So that is small data. And how to convert that small big data into the information as per the user, like this figure. The big data, whenever you show that the big data about the some searching, some persons, again persons, media, and other side. These are the big data. And we take the small data with the help of and how that user may use that data as per their requirement. Now this big data converted into the information, and that information is used directly for the beneficiaries of that user. That user now maybe how that user may be connected to that user, or how that user may directly connect to that user as per their interest. But these are the information from different users that we have collected, and we call the big data. Types of data that we have, like we have arranged the data in the relational, like table, transaction, or legacy data, like text data with the help of web, XML, graph, social networks, semantic webs, streaming data, or any other different modes. These are the different modes. How to collect these data? How to collect this data as per requirement. So we call this is big data. There's a one word, data warehousing and data mining. I'm not here touched with all these things. If we have take all these things, then we have around one hour time to describe all these things. So why big data? Means you have collected the entire data, 93 to about 97% data. They may be useless sometimes. But how that data may be useful, how that data may be converted, unlock the statistical values and take the full advantage of their assets and try to understand when, why, and where the customer buy, protect the company client base, improve the loyalty program, optimize the workforces, or improve the supply chain. So only 3 to 4% data may be useful for the different. But now the organization, in the current scenario, organization sell these data to third party. Okay, that type of target audience you have. Like in our university, when the JEE students, like around 17 lakh students appear in JEE. How many seats in IIT? Not more than around 10 to 11,000. How many seats in central universities? How many seats in the state colleges? Now, third parties sell these data to small colleges. And these colleges approach as per their area of interest, like the students belongs to Karnataka or Uttar Pradesh or Rajasthan or Punjab, as per their interest. Big universities, big colleges, after all, take the data, all 17 lakhs, the cost may be high. Some small colleges take data as per their reason choice, and after that they can use these data and convert these data into the useful costs. So these type of information, this type of raw material converted into the potential clients with the help of third party. These data science or the big data that may be used by the computer science, we call some definitions like the pattern recognition, visualization, data warehousing, data mining, high performance computing, database AI, and many others. In mathematical, we call the same data science. The term word is the mathematical modeling, or we call the simulation and modeling. In the statics, we call the statistical and the associated modeling in the probability. So these are some words that used by the different sector, different scenario about this. So these are the not new words. If you are the person, how these data may be used for your organization or for your customers. So that is the most important thing, like elections. You are surprised that in the current scenario, for the companies, learn your secret shopping pattern recognition and the performance. Like, for example, if you are not met with that woman, and you can easily find that woman is pregnant or not, means even if she does not want to use, that is a target case study. Facebook, LinkedIn, you are not in touch with that person, but when that person spends some time on these social media, you are easily identify about that person with the basis of their searching, with the basis of their shortage or storage of that data, storage of these raw materials. And sometime in 2008 and 2009, when the Obama, former president of the US, win the election, that is 1 million people installed about the Obama Facebook app and give the access information as a friend. And that is about the past government, the Trump. There's a lot of allegation on the Trump that he takes some wrong polling all these things. So I'm not touched with all these things, but is this? That is about the real-time data and how these data are converted into the information. So most important thing is about the big data, about the volume, the variety, the velocity, and the velocity. So if you have the big amount of data, that may be more useful, because whenever you interact with the client, you are easily identify about their target, their expectations. Variety. For example, whenever you make one software for Hyundai car, now you have an entire ifs and buts about this automobile industry. Now it is up to you, and you can make a software for Maruti very easily, Ford, and any different organizations. veracity means target audience, about around variety of more control over them, and their variety will be greater. And how these data are interrelated to each other. Information has been generated and managed, and that is to convert these data into about the different velocities. So these are the 4 different V's of big data. I request you all, if you have a time to work in any field, if you are in agriculture or any other side, you work in the variety or velocity, volume, I'm not recommend you, but because you are easily take the data from the market or some agencies. The most important thing, the word is the cyber security, the role model of authenticate information. That is the new cutting edge technology, and the entire world work on that. All organizations, small or big, they are working on that cyber security. And these are the figures. Like in 2019, during that pandemic, around 66.86 billion security services market size. But during this pandemic, we realized that maybe 10.4% growth in the cyber security services. And the companies and the organizations spend more money. In fact, during this pandemic, the figure may be double. That is around 182.32 billion will increase exponentially rate by that may be in 2030. There are 3 important words in the principle of cyber security. We call CIA. Your confidentiality, your integrity, and your availability. If you have the data, how the data may be secretly managed, or how the data secretly transferred from one place to another place. The next important point, availability. Whenever you have in some problem, how the data may be available for your point of view, and integrity, how the data may be linked for credit, for example, credit card. Whenever you make any online transaction, then first is about your connectivity. Then about whenever you make a transaction, then you receive about the code, OTP, we call OTP. And whenever you receive the OTP on your mobile phone, how that they are integrated with the system, and how that the entire system is used. So around 100% growth with respect to the cyber security. So security screening means about the avatar, some about the concepts of cyber security with examples. I'm not take all these. So security screening, like the avatar-based security screening, they use AI in the big data, security and crime, or cyber attacks. During the pandemic, we realized that many cyber attacks are active, or threat detections. They are the link about the cyber security. How in the Google analyze the mobile endpoints. So the Google is using the AI to analyze the mobile endpoint threats. Whenever you download any software, remember 10 times. Do not always check, oh, okay. Please check as per your interest. Download the softwares. Those rating is more than out of 5 is 4.5. Rating is above than 4, not below than 4. Download only and only for authenticate softwares. If you download any software whose rating is very low, please do not check all the boxes. Uncheck all boxes and use these softwares as per your requirement. So threat raised so far during the pandemic around 2020, we realized that the cyber crime is so active, like the 5G technology. You find that Huawei and ZTE or some other companies, they make some bad image, or you say that alarming points with respect to our country. That's why our country canceled the entire contract with them. Now, more attacks on the management layer, And in the current scenario, you realize that our honorable broadcast minister, our government has raised a lot of issues with the LinkedIn or the Twitter or the Facebook, that they follow our policy, or the copycat supply chain attack, and many others. The second last is about the blockchain. So there is a new scope of connectivity, like our houses. When we make a one house with the first floor, second floor, third floor, fourth floor, fifth floor, sixth floor, and so many others, you realize that how these blocks are interlinked each other. How the electricity flow from floor 1 to floor 7. How the lift take the persons from ground floor to 10th floor. Where we park our car at our designated place. There a small mall or a small about the grocery centers in our society. How they all are connected or interlinked each other. Please apply the same in the computer language, and we call blockchain. Means you say that like this. These are the small blocks, and they are in terms of information. I repeat, not data, that is information, and how this information, 1 information, 2 information, 3 information, and 4 information, and how they are connected. Like the blockchain initially introduced the term by the Bitcoin cryptocurrency. That is the first time used the term by blockchain in 2009, when there is a transaction of the Bitcoin. And the Bitcoin means whether in the Japan, this means the transfer, means the financial transactions of the Bitcoin cryptocurrency. And today, many organizations that they have contributed towards the blockchain ecosystem that are living across the globe. So one system, one organization support the second organization, or one facilities support the second facilities of that system. That is we call, like for this example, like in the transaction required, that is the transaction required, requested, and this about the transaction complete. But how we that you say that about the transformation or the transaction or the request may be blocked, the representative transaction created, blocks is sent to the every nodal of the network, and nodes of the validate the transaction, and nodes receive the reward for the proof of work. Then again blocks added with each other in a blockchain, and that may be information transfer to the correct. So that type of the working of blockchain, how the blockchain work from one stage to another stage. Earlier we call that is the flow of information. How that information flow secretly from space 1 to space 2. In various movies, you find that the note of 100 rupees or $1, one person make a 2 part, and they move from one is from north, another from south. When they are again interact in a common place, they combine a note and find that, okay, that is about these are the correct information. So same used by this. So the features of this, the blockchain, distributed, decentralized, immutable, smart control, and the time stamp. So these are the some type how to distribute these information. Decentralized, there is no linked, and that's why the blockchain, many companies start their virtual servers, store their data not in the one continent, like one in Asia, one in about the Europe, and third about the America, fourth about the African continent. That is about the companies. If there is some crisis in the one continent, the data may be available to another. So that is about the blockchain. Finance, I'm not touch all these things, internet transaction, instant transaction, record sharing, storage. Many banks, all banks right now, the online, they provide you information instantly. That is about the crypto banking. Same is about blockchain in education, student recruiter, accreditation, bank, e-government, teachers, university, other education institutions, and When your chairman, when the chancellor, or when the vice chancellor need any information, he or she may link all this information, and he or she may easily identify that information. You try to understand about that is about the blockchain in education. Like whenever any company visit your company campus recruitment, the teachers or the students be the active members and groom their students. How that company interact with your students. So these are the different blocks. These are the different blocks, and when we combine these blocks to make computer information. Same is about the healthcare. I'm not touched with all these things. Same is about the supply chain management, like about the manufacturer, distributor, retail, customers, raw materials, suppliers, manufacturers, and all. Then same is about the government. A lot of the government play with the database. I said that about the lot of now the scheme earlier when the former prime minister or the president of our country, they open the universities or the system by their name. But in the current scenario, our leaders, whenever you take any vaccination, you will easily identify their pictures on that particular authenticate certificate. So there's no difference, earlier one and the current one. So the blockchain implementation of various sectors, that is important. About 13% governments or the public goods, 12% for the insurance, 8% healthcare. Now the government, for that reason, they have the entire database. During their area of interest, they approach to these sectors. Which sector is more fruitful or more useful for them? So they approach to these. Now the more important thing, I take only not more than 5 minutes more time with this, the permission to the organizer. If it is okay with the organizer, I need the permission.
Yes, sir.
So thank you, Dr. Vaishya. So that is a more important thing. That is not any rocket science. IoT, that is Internet of Things. And Internet of Things means about, you see that Internet of Things, how only 7 to 10% organization directly work on these IoTs. With the help of all these companies, like this about the figures. Non-industrial consumer demand and industrial demand. For example, manufacturing and the industrial, 22% maybe increase. Transportation, mobility, energy, retail. What about the cities? That may be decreased. What about the buildings? That may be increased. So IoT means your predictive maintenance in the public transport. How the transport may link, use the Internet of Things means how they use the technology for the betterment for the society. I repeat, do not mix up the words that in the AI or blockchain or data science or machine learning. They are the sub branches. Here, the use of these Internet of Things, how use these Internet of Things for the betterment for our public transport. For example, you are easily identify the train when the train approach to the destination place. Some flights may be cancelled, then you will easily identify the information on your phone. Your seat reservation, your train updation, your whenever there's some fuels in your car may be empty or not, they easily identify all these things well in advance. This is about the 4-step assessments. The IoT means the data capture, the transmission, the business analytics, and the viewing. So these are the different board, and it is about the real board, the flow of information to the end users. Same is about the supply chain management, like industry, the distributors, and the end client, or from one client to another client. How does information flow effectively when you purchase any item from the Amazon or some other site or some other social media? You are easily track your orders. What is the correct the position of your product, and you have a full right at any time you can cancel that order. So the other person may be available about these things, okay, that the customers or the end user have canceled that order. So Internet of Things means how the product directly when they initiate from the origin to the destination. And here only 7 to 10% organizations work across the globe. The next important thing is about IoE, that is Internet of Everything. Means how to use your smart AC, or you use the internet for your betterment of your life. Whenever you take mobile, you make a morning walk, you will easily identify that how many steps that you have used during that walk. They easily identify, that is IoE. And in this IoE, up to 30% of the organization work on this IoE. The last and most important, where the rickshawala, the truck drivers, the railway drivers, the local public, the students, the villagers, the uneducated persons, those who are not directly or indirectly linked with this system, but they are used this system, that is IoE. But IOV means Internet of Values. How to use these technologies for their betterment. So for all these about like supply chain and other sides, now the new current area of interest for all the researchers work on IOV. You do not need any hardwares, do not need any softwares, but you can apply your strategies like in SDLC, software development lifecycle, SR, feasibility analysis, SRS, designing, coding, testing, implementation, and maintenance. So maximum work between client and the user on the SRS during all DFD and BB, they work on that only and only in SRS. So I request you, if you have a time, work on IOV. So that is on my last slide, that is about how this IoT like device, data aggregation and the pre-processing, or the data storage and the data. So this is all about the IoT, and this during COVID IoT architecture for tracking the COVID-19 device that whenever you install the Arogya Setu app. This Arogya Setu app work on the prediction basis, on the basis of the government and the data available on the portal. They easily identify how many affected the persons during the 1 kilometer or 500 meter or 200 meter. How it is possible? That is only and only for the prediction of data. Or they flow some information, use mask, wash your hands, use sanitize, take the injections, or consult the doctors if you have any problem, and many others. Like IoT sensors, IR infrared thermometers, IR motion detectors, smart pen, or the optical camera that is used during the COVID, and that is promoted by across the globe by different part of it. This is about the complexity. I'm not here touched with all these things, because how to make an architect of the IoT. So that type of last one is data analysis, that whenever approach to your mobile phone. So you are the end user. So you are the end user who take all these information as per your interest. So this is from my side. Thank you, Dr. Vaishya. And
Thank you so much, sir.
One message to all my professors. Earlier, when we are in 90s to 2000, there's the one word ICT, information communication technology. My dear friends, I give the new words to all of you. The word is ICD, and ICD means innovation. If you have an idea, please innovate that idea. Second is communicate. You have idea, but communicate that idea. Communicate that idea to your professors, communicate that idea to your guide, communicate the idea to the authority of the university. If you are not able to take these 2 points, the word is ICD. Last, D means die. your idea may be taken care by some other person. So I thank to all the organizers, and thank to Dr. Pooja. I thank to the esteemed professors and the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Shri Rabindranath Tagore University. And a special thank to all the listeners, those who listen me, and thank you, Dr. Varsha, to moderate. Thank you very much. Thank you.
It was a wonderful session, sir. You have covered a various important aspect of our research, like artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, security, blockchains, and IoT, and many other related topics you have covered to much extent. As these topics comes with a lot of opportunities and also along with a lot of challenges, and our research scholars has also gained a lot of insight from your words. Sir, there are one query. If you allow me, then can I take, or shall I?
Ma'am, please go ahead. As per
communicate
your comfort. No, ma'am, please go
sir,
ahead.
There is a. Okay, sir. Sir, there is a one participant who has asked the query. What are the open challenges which can be resolved using data science? That question has been asked from Keshav Poswani.
Thank you, Dr. Varsha, and thank you, Shri Keshav Poswani ji. The maximum challenges that the entire data science or the researcher or the professor they have faced in the during current scenario. That may be challenge sometimes, and that may not be challenge. Challenge means we have a huge amount of database. You have a raw database. Now to identify that raw database as per the customer choice, that may be a tough challenge, like during COVID. In fact, for last 1.5 years or for 1 year, we are not able to identify about where that COVID may be, that the coronavirus may be, this occurs. We blame country A and country B. What type of system we have? Why we are not able to stop all such type of occurrences for the betterment of the human being? My dear friends, around more than 35 lakh innocent persons die. Around more than crores of persons who are affected. What is this? That is about the entire data science. The developed countries and the developing countries, after 3 and 4 months, we are realized that, okay, use the mask means that the virus may take the body through nose, eyes or mouth or some other part, or sanitize your hands. Same is applicable to the computer science. That's why I use the example. So the main thing is that sometimes enough data is harmful to us. So always take the help from the experts. Always follow the guidelines by the government or the governing authorities or the scientists or the professors. I request to you, there's a one joke, Dr. Varsha, going on. When the first person asks, I have taken the first dose, when I am eligible to take the second dose. The scientist said, do not ask me that question when you take the second dose. The scientist said, ask the question to the politicians when I am able to take the second dose. So at that time, no politician is big. Our scientists are always, we should give the priority to them, with respect to them. Same is about the data analyst, data scientist, because they have the entire information. So that is from my side, Dr. Varsha. Any question, please go.
Thank you so much, sir. Please do share your email ID. And in your last slide, you have reflect your email ID and your contact number. So
my email ID is simple, my name and my ask. I request to all the esteemed professors, when I have met with Dr. Kiran Bedi, me and Dr. Kiran Bedi ji worked a lot of time on the project. Create your simple email ID. For example, ask ajayrana@gmail.com. So, like you are Dr. Varsha, so you make a one email ID, ask Dr. Varsha@gmail.com. So that is my email.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your words of wisdom. And it will be a great pleasure for all of us to listen you again in the near future also, in a future event also. So thank you once again, sir. It's a great pleasure
you,
for
Dr.
all of
Varsha.
us.
It's my honor and
Thank
thank
you
you
so
all.
much.
My honor, Dr. Varsha.
Yes, thank you so much. Now we are entering in the first technical session of today's. For technical session 1, I'm handing over to our technical session in charge, Mr. Nitesh Bhagel. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Varsha ma'am. Good morning to all. Myself, Nitesh Baghel, Assistant Professor, Computer Science and Information Technology Department. On behalf IFERP and Rabindranath Tagore University, Bhopal, I welcome you all in the first technical session of the conference. It's great pleasure for me to introduce our session chair guest, today's Dr. S.B. Nadhari, Professor, Rabindranath Tagore University, Bhopal, and Dr. Rajan Gupta, HOD, Computer Science and Information Department, Rabindranath Tagore University, Bhopal. Dr. S.B. Nadhari, presently working as an Associate Professor in Computer Science Engineering Department at Rabindranath Tagore University, Bhopal. Over 20 years of academic and research experience with 70 research papers published in international and national reputed journals. 6 students are pursuing their doctoral program and 6 students completed their doctoral degree under her supervision. Her expertise in agricultural data analytics through machine learning. She has published several book chapters, technical bulletins, project reports, working papers, training and teaching reference manuals. She has delivered number of invited talks in many national platforms of repute. She has worked as expert member in various communities in different institutes. Dr. Rajan Gupta is an associate professor and HOD, Department of Computer Science and Information Technology, Rabindranath Tagore University, Bhopal. He did PhD in computer science. He has 15 years of teaching and research experience. His teaching and research areas belong to network security, data mining, and statistical analysis. He has published more than 50 research papers in international and national journals and 20 research papers in international conferences. He has 4 patents in his credit. He is editorial board member of 3 international journals. He has guided 4 PhD and 10 MPhil research scholars. Thank you all. Over to you, session chair.
Thank you, sir. Nitesh, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Nitesh, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So good afternoon, all of you, and welcome in technical. This is the first technical session. The theme of this session is artificial intelligence and image processing. So I am Dr. Rajan Gupta and Dr. S. Vinadhari, madam, we will share this session. And the time duration means time length of this session would be 1 hour 10 minutes. And we have 8 participants to present their papers. So each participants will have 8 minutes time to present their paper and followed by 2 minutes for question and answer round. In this presentation, we will announce a best paper presentation award. So be ready, all the scholar and presenter. So, and this award we will announce in the valedictory session tomorrow. So without any delay, I would like to call our first participant. So I would like to call Mr. Amit Kureria for their presentation.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
So Mr. Amit, you can start your presentation. You have 8 minutes time to complete your presentation and
Okay.
2 minutes time. So time is restricted. So you can start your presentation now.
Okay. So myself is Amit Kuraria. I am doing a PhD in computer science. I will discuss how the artificial intelligence is useful for orthodontics, or you can say in dental science, and
Hello, Mr. Amit. Your voice is not coming.
Hello.
Hello?
Your
You
voice not audible, Amit.
Predicting future isn't magic, it's artificial intelligence, as quoted by Dave Walters earlier. So here, good afternoon to everyone. Today, our paper presentation is regarding artificial intelligence creating new perspectives for diagnosis in orthodontics, a review article. The authors are Professor Amit Kuraria and Dr. Shania Kapoor. Now, moving on initially to our biography, Professor Amit Kuraria is pursuing PhD in computer science from RNT University, Bhopal, and Dr. Shania Kapoor is pursuing her postgraduate MDS in orthodontics and dentofacial orthopedics. Artificial intelligence has taken over almost everything around us, from digital assistants like Siri, Alexa, to self-driving cars, from simple music streaming mobile applications to space exploration. AI is almost everywhere. And medicine indeed isn't forsaken in this regard. Its powerful pattern finding and prediction algorithms are helping various clinicians in rational decision-making and treatment planning. So machine learning, as quoted by many of the speakers earlier, has three main arenas. That is the supervised learning, the unsupervised learning, and the reinforcement learning. In supervised learning, it has input and output data set, and the data is pre-labeled. Whereas in unsupervised learning, it has only the input data and the data is unlabeled. Whereas in informants, there is no input data. Now, for all of you people, let us tell you that what an orthodontist means. A dentist who is qualifying in treating all the teeth regularities in teeth and jaw. And thus, an orthodontist is an integral part of dentistry where the malocclusions is corrected. And now AI is helping the orthodontist to solve their problems. Clinicians are taking fringe benefits from AI by compounding its ability to store large data set and its power of decision-making within the fraction of a second. This literature review is a compilation of AI-driven projects in the field of orthodontics and explaining how it has helped the orthodontist in decision-making, and will also include in brief about all the areas that are yet to be explored. So machine learning algorithms, especially ANN and CNN, are in the top of the list which are helping the clinicians. Now here we'll look upon all the areas which are helping the orthodontists. The first is AI for diagnosis. Now in orthodontics, the prediction of the X-rays are of utmost importance, and there the location of landmarks is of very important use. Therefore, amongst most of the important applications of machine learning in orthodontics was of landmark capturing. Here, the AI application will help the doctor to find out all the landmarks very efficiently in the X-rays and thus reducing the treatment time of the patient. The machine learning systems available to them can even diagnose a wide range of orthodontic cases and predict their treatment needs. The automation of the X-rays analysis has also been further expanded to hand and wrist radiograph, which can even help the doctor to predict the skeletal age of the patient. Also, many of the panoramic X-rays and lateral cephalo X-rays are utilized to predict the maxillary canine impaction based on the angular and lesion measurements. Looking AI in the field of craniofacial growth modifications, here as we know that the physical X-rays have some limitation of the conventional methods. Therefore, AI and its precision can help us to visualize various growth patterns using the neural network model. Another aspect is AI in selecting the appropriate treatment modality. An AI-based training data set can help us to train a model in which a model will tell us as to which treatment modality is likely to be applicable in that patient. And thus, our healthcare sector is likely to get benefit from this technology. There are several research articles already published in the field of orthodontics where artificial intelligence has already been used. And I look upon it very surely that artificial intelligence is surely going to help us, our medicine, to solve various big data problems where the patient parameters are of utmost importance, and also the treatment time is a big factor for us. So I conclude that the AI systems give a stern promise that are likely to support clinical practice with the help of clinical decision support system the orthodontics can practice more efficiently along the disease variability and even can eliminate subjectivity. However, accuracy at the lower end accuracy is likely to get better, as in future we'll increase our sample sizes. But the artificial intelligence study in various orthodontic steps yields humongous researches which will ultimately enrich the world of orthodontics. These are our references. Thank you for your patient listening.
So you have completed your presentation within time limit. If any participants is having any question, you can raise your question.
Rajan, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I ask?
Yes, ma'am.
Shanya and Amit. So you both are doing the research on artificial, but it is like a review paper, I thought. Nothing research content I found in your research paper, like.
Yes, sir, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. As of now, we have presented a review paper. We are ongoing a research on the borderline orthodontic cases. Recently, we are about to have its results, and we'll publish it soon.
Sorry, ma'am, I am interrupting you because light is off. Then suddenly I disconnected the.
Yes, yes. Okay, Amit, no problem. It is.
Yes.
And basically, she's a doctor, I think so.
Yes, she is a doctor.
Okay, so basically, what is your research? What you are going to apply in your medical images? You are going to do?
Yes, ma'am. There are certain borderline cases. These are the most difficult orthodontic cases where many doctors have different opinions. So what we are going to do is we are going to collect all the training data set of those cases and even the opinion of an experienced orthodontist, which are 5 to 10 years experience, already experienced one. And we will train our model according to that training data set. Now the model is efficient enough to answer the treatment modality for the other cases which are likely to come in the future. So with the help of the experience of a previous orthodontist, we are training our model, and we are assuming that that model will help us in predicting our treatment modality very fast in future.
Okay, how you are going to train your model with the previous historical data or anything, and which
No, ma'am, not the historical data. The hospital in which I am working, I'll be collecting data from that hospital regarding all the parameters. There are X-ray parameters, there are cast parameters of the patient, there are photographs of the patient. This all will be loaded onto the model. I don't know the technical terms. You people must be knowing it better than me. But these all data, the real parameters, the real values of the patient would be entered with the opinion of the orthodontist, that orthodontist will go with this treatment modality. Now, many of these data would be given to the model so that the model will learn as to what are the parameters and then what modality was used, so that the model itself will learn and give us the answers fast for the upcoming patients.
Okay. So he's from computer science background, Amit.
Yes, ma'am.
So which algorithm you are going to use for train your model, and which platform you are going to?
For data sets, firstly we have applied the artificial neural network for that, and for X-ray images we have moved for convolutional neural network for reading the different part of images and make the prediction of treatments.
Okay. So you are not at decided which algorithm or any hybrid algorithm, you are not decided now. Okay.
Yes, we are doing research or reading the papers for that, and which is suitable for better result.
Okay, Mr. Amit. Thank you for your presentation. Rajan sir, do you want?
Thank you.
Yes, madam. We can continue with the second participant.
Okay.
So, Neeta Verma, if you are ready, you can start your presentation.
No, sir, she is not ready. Neeta is not ready.
Then Ankit Dubey is there.
Ankit Dubey, I think, yes.
Yes, sir.
So Ankit, you can start your presentation. You will have 8 minutes time and 2 minutes for question and answer. So you can start your presentation now.
Okay. Sir, is it visible?
Not yet, Ankit. Still it is.
Because I have already shared my screen.
Okay. I think it is taking the time.
Sir, what about now?
No, not visible. We can wait for 5 to 10 seconds.
Now, sir?
No.
Sir, I have already shared. I don't know what is the problem. Already shared my screen.
Yeah, you just wait 5 to 10 seconds only.
Okay.
Veena madam?
Yeah.
Can we give chance to another participant? Meanwhile, Ankit Dubey is connecting.
Okay. Okay.
So Ankit, you just wait for 5 to 10 minutes. We are calling just another caller.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, we will connect with you very soon.
Okay, sir.
Then next we have Bolu Shiva Keshwar Rao.
Sir, Bolu Shiva Keshwar is in hospital, I think so.
Okay, then we have next participant,
Kumar.
Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Sharma. Sanjeev ji, Mr. Dr. Sanjeev, are you there?
Sir. Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, audible. You just share your screen.
Okay, sir. I'm going to share my screen. So, very good afternoon to chairpersons, both of you. Today I'm going to present my paper, and my research paper topic is AODB QSRP, a multi-objective QoS routing techniques for mobile ad hoc networks. Along with two of my author, Anupriya Singh and Dr. Komal Tihlani. So all of us are assistant professor from SIRT Bhopal in Department of CSE. So this is what today's agenda that we are going to that I am going to discuss: MANAGEI and its challenges, literature review and related work, problem statement, research objective, modeling, the mathematical model, LPP based multi-objective model, proposed routing methodology, simulation result and evaluation, conclusion, future work, and references. So basically IEEE 802.11 standard has two specification. One is for wired network and one is for wireless network. And in wireless network we have two specification. One is infrastructure based, another is infrastructure less network. So infrastructure less network means where there is no central coordinator or router that is handling the connected devices. So mobile ad hoc network comes in this category. So various scenarios are there in which we can take advantages like earthquakes, floods, where there are some damage in the network. So each and every device that is equipped with the transmitter and receiver can communicate directly according to IEEE 802.11b specification. So, but along with that, these advantages, there are certain challenges like mobility, dynamic topology, limited battery power, limited storage capability, routing, and quality of service. Because the devices that we are using are very lightweight devices like laptop, palm top, smartphones, digitalized desk, and like Raspberry Pi. So quality of service, here I'm going to talk about the quality of service. Quality of service means the capability of network to provide better services to some selected networks, because we want to communicate through the network, for applications like time dependent application, real time audio video conferencing, IP television, visioning. For this, quality of service plays a crucial role, and that's why quality of service is a challenging issue. So how to measure the quality of services? Quality of services are based on some metrics. Here the throughput means how much amount of data has been transferred during the data transmission time. Delay, how much delay is taken by a packet from source to destination. Jitter, it is known as well known as delay variance. Means if the delay is jitter is high, so it will affect definitely some real-time applications like voice over IP, IPTV. So packet delivery ratio, it signifies that how much percentage how much data loss is there. So QoS a challenging issue in MANET due to low bandwidth and scarcity of resources. To achieve quality of service in mobile network is a very challenging issue, and some existing protocols were proposed like RSVP, that is a resource reservation protocol, but these are inadequate because they reserve resources from source to destination. They are not enough. And according to the Cisco, the average jitter value must be greater than 300 millisecond, and average delay must be greater than 200 milliseconds, and average PDR must be less than 80%. That is the result. I have worked on Exata Cyber Simulator. The AODB is a mother protocol for both the wired and wireless network. And as you can see that these result, you can say that these are not suitable for real-time communication. So a routing protocol guarantees that from source to destination which satisfy QoS requirements. Most of the protocol are made upon the number of hop count, so they cannot be treated as the QoS based routing protocol. Is one of them, but AODB also falls in the. So again, the Perkins et al. Themselves, who designed the AODB, made some changes by adding some QoS information in the routing packet, like bandwidth and delay. Some more changes were made, and so on. So this is what the literature review. So the problem statement is that Due to limited bandwidth and dynamic topology, limited resources in MANET, quality of service is the challenging issue in MANET. Due to these application and challenges, mobile ad hoc network lead into low throughput PDR, high delay, jitter, not suitable for real-time application. Various QoS architecture available, but not suitable for mobile ad hoc network like RSVP, where we have to reserve the resources. So AB is the most widely used reactive routing protocol, but from source to destination in terms of number of hops, no other quality of service measure or metric has been added. So these are so in my research work I have modified the AODB, traditional AODB, while taking some extra QoS metrics like bandwidth, delay, link quality, and battery power for the route selection. Mobile ad hoc network or any network can be thought as a graph of vertex V and edges E.
Hello.
V is
Hello, Dr. Sanjeev ji, your time is over. Time limit you have completed. So you just complete within 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay, so sir, this is a new quality of service matrix, that is mean of max of mean of P bandwidth IJ plus P2 link quality plus battery power. The Cij is a decision variable. P is P1, P2, P3 are weightage variable. So on this we have some simulated our result. These were the first criteria for 15, 20, 25 mobility. Number of nodes were 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, and number of CVR 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. In all the cases, you can see that our AODB QSRP is performing well, means throughput is very high. It is near about 99.99%, and packet delivery ratio is also high. The jitter is very less in our protocol, and the delay is also very less as compared to the various protocol. Effect of mobility, that is packet close ratio, it is 0.1% for our protocol. Now effect of increasing number of nodes, so the same results are coming with the best result of our protocol AODB QSRPs. The throughput is best, packet delivery ratio is best, and the number of nodes is average jitter is best. That is very less, and the end-to-end delay is very. This is the conclusion. As result shows, performance of AODB QSRP is better than other protocol. The routing method is QoS routing method, which is applicable for both the real-time and non-real-time application. I have considered more quality of service matrix parameters to achieve these results, and this is my list of publication, and these are the references. Thanks to all of you. You are welcome for any question.
So anyone is having any question?
Thank you, Mr. Sanjeev. And my question is, your comparison with which papers you compared your results, all your results. The bandwidth is low and your protocol is working very good.
Ma'am, I have compared my protocol with the base protocol AODB, and that is a reactive protocol DSDB, and OLSR and ZRP, that is hybrid protocol. So all of the protocol are all type, all category of protocol, proactive, reactive and hybrid protocol that I have taken while simulating the result.
And one more thing, Sanjeev sir. So here, which simulator you used?
I have used a network simulator NS 2.32.
Okay, NS2 you used. Okay, okay, sir.
Yeah.
So, next, move on to the third presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you,
Thank you,
sir.
sir. Thank you.
Thank you all.
So next participant, Mr. Ankit Kumar Dubey, are you ready?
Yes, sir. I have already sent the presentation to the chair also, because if I'm not able to display from here, so can you please help me?
Yeah, first you just try to connect. You just share your presentation.
Sanjeev sir, please stop your sharing.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Sir, is it visible now?
No, not at all.
So I don't know what is the problem. That's why I have shared my PowerPoint with the chair. So if you can help me.
So just remove your sharing. I try to share your screen.
Okay, sir.
Now, is this visible to all?
Yes, sir.
It's visible, sir. Just press the PowerPoint.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Ankit Kumar Dubey, and I'm going to present my research work on the topic multi-level stream clustering algorithm for high-dimensional data sets. Next slide, sir.
Yeah. Just wait.
Okay, so basically data stream clustering is a very vast and emerging field nowadays. In this paper, I have actually used the multi-level k-means density-based flow clustering algorithm, which is proposed algorithm by me for clustering problems. This approach proposes to view the problem of clustering as a hierarchical optimization process that goes through different levels from causal to subtle, and the clustering problem are solved first lowering the problem by level to level to make first clustering, and then we'll go ahead to the further in the steps. So next slide, please. So basically, I have studied many literatures for this particular thing. So this is the table I have mentioned, only the 5, because I find out they are very good, and maximum authors have mentioned these clustering methods. Like for the IoT, if you talk about the IoT streaming, so density-based clustering is used. For the large-scale stream is a clue stream. For the high-dimensional data, because it is very important nowadays, the data is the multi-dimensional or high-dimensional data is available everywhere. So we use hybrid k-means. And the undefined data stream, it's a U-micro algorithm. And for the communication on social media, the multi-level clustering is used. Next, sir. Okay, so basically these clustering methods I have used in my research work. So the k-means, then the multi-level k-means, and the split and merge. Next, sir. In the k-means, basically it's a simple algorithms. There are k numbers of clusters and the d list of data points. We select the cluster and divide the data point. Then we initialize the centroid and repeat this clustering and allocate each point to in the d to the nearest of the kth centroid, and we compute like this. Next slide, sir. Now this is the multi-level k-means, and this is the very important algorithm basically. So in this algorithm, we have started first begin the process from the level 1, or we can say the level 0, and then step by step we go ahead, we have divide the the clusters in the further clusters, and we apply the k-means in the each and every cluster again and again, and then we reached some at some stage, and the first phase of multi-level clustering is the pruning phase, where we on the data objects we cluster them, and I have used two different algorithms here. First, we cursor the construction, and in the random coursing scheme, the first level algorithm, the data objects are accessed. If the first level data object is not mapped, then we used another data object, and then we recursively we follow this method. So basically, if we see the line number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so we follow this same step again and again for clipping process recursively until the size of the problem reaches the desired threshold. In the line number 7, the initialization, sir, abhi k-means multi-level hi chal raha hai, sir.
Rajan sir?
Yes, sir. Okay. In the line number 7, basically initialization is easy and consists of using a random procedure to generate an initial clustering. So all individual cluster in this in the population are assigned random labels from a set of cluster label. And due to improved quality of clustering levels, it is necessary to expand parent level of the particular data cluster. So now the next slide, please.
Just wait.
Now in the split and merge, basically it's a divide and conquer kind of thing. So there are micro clusters list ML and the micro clusters M. So this just a for loop for initial cluster to k number of cluster, and we find out the means of the cluster which are approximately close, and we merge and make one clusters. And then again divide the micro cluster when we are too many elements in the compactness, or we have to decrease this compactness at the meantime. Next slide. Now this is the proposed thing, stream subclustering, and this is my proposed MKDC stream algorithm. Because what happened is in our clustering module is based on the streaming vector quantization technology. The input data is randomly ordered. When a new data point is displayed, the center point closest to the new data point shifts slightly in that direction, because it is the property of streaming. So it holds the center point updated and then it moved. Next slide. Now this is the streaming subclustering algorithm. So there is a S is a streaming input, and the M is the dimensions. So, and X is the current set of centroid. Output is a capital X is the latest centroid set. So we take an input stream, calculate the distance between each center point, and then find a center point nearest to the cluster. We shift the center point to the input and return the updated centroid set. So this is the streaming subclustering algorithm. Yes. So it is a cluster, and the center point of that cluster is updated with the new point using the following formula. In this formula, mu is the learning rate of ST, is a current input time T, and that XMT is a center point for the cluster ST minus 1, and XMT plus 1 is an updated center point. So our method accepts an unlimited input stream. So you can either supply random points to the subclustering unit, or a pre-computed set from a software side, a small subset of the data in the first part of the data sequence using k-means. The stream subclustering module are completely parallel because they are independent, they are autonomous. So the pruning module combines the centroid of the subcluster to find the final cluster ID for each point. So next slide. Now this is the main algorithm. So basically in this I have merged all the three algorithms which I mentioned earlier. So here the H is the high dimensional data stream, and output will be the latest set of centroid with the cluster IDs. So first we use the multi-level k-means algorithm from coarsening to refinement, and then merge the microclusters using merge and sort algorithm, and then for the stream cluster use the stream subclustering algorithm, and this is what I have proposed. Next slide. Now the experiment result I have done on the Python. So basically, this is the configuration, and I have taken the multidimensional data set. This is the dimension data set and the cluster. Next slide. So in the accuracy, compare the clustering result on the sample data set with the other clustering algorithm, that is mini batch k-mean and brick clustering results of two-dimensional synthetic data set, which is shown. I have shown in this table in the form of graph, the pictures, the cluster. This method group data points around one center point per cluster, so that in the moon data set, methods cannot find the true cluster. Now in the KMDC stream, on the other hand, is suitable for clustering the data set. Select the algorithm for the mitigation process for properly group the data set. Next slide. Now, when comparing the cost, because it is very important. So average distance between each centroid in the cluster and data points, this is estimated by this particular formula. In the above, the formula or a function, K are n input data sets, that is K1, K2, K up to KC, where C which denotes clusters, and every one of them is presented using a single center point. Where AI is a cost value for minimum cost method, our cost result comparison with mini brick k-means, mini batch k-means and brick in table 4, as I have already mentioned here. Now you can see that. Yes,
Hello?
sir. Yes, sir.
I will interrupt you. Your time is over. So you just complete within 1 or 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. Within 1 minute, I'm going to conclude. So in the MKDC stream, you can see the costing. Next slide, sir. Now this is the conclusion part. So basically, it's a multi-level paradigm which is now necessary for the streaming, high-dimensional streaming clustering algorithm. So there is a simple k-means algorithm, and then I have applied to, I have converted to the multi-level, and then I have put the stream clustering algorithm, and like that I have this, as stated earlier in the layer, one solution to gross problem must provoke a legitimate solution of the original problem. So in order to obtain the final solution to the problem, at any stage after initialization, the current solution can be extended to all levels of the problem. So the proposed method evaluates subcluster based on large amount of data and apply task-specific clustering algorithm to these subclusters. Next slide, sir. These are my references. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ankit. It is a nice presentation.
Thank you.
Actually, I want to say, if you want to conclude within a sentence, what is your actual research?
Ma'am, actually, in the streaming, there is a problem. It is available only for a particular time limit. Like when I am speaking something in this particular time moment, it is available for that particular time. So, and sometimes it is, the data, when data is coming, it is a multi-dimensional data. So there are algorithms, but we have to divide and reach to the particular conclusion at particular time. So we have to use this kind of streaming algorithm so that we can, at particular time we can conclude and easily find out the solution. Like I have divided the problem in the subparts and further divided in the subparts and apply the recursive k-means and multi-level k-means method, and put the stream clustering algorithm and find out the result. This is my basically research.
Okay, good, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Moving further, sir. Rajan, sir.
Next we have Mr. Nitin Kumar. So, Mr. Nitin, are you there?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, so Ankit, I am just disconnecting your PPT. Mr. Ankit, Nitin, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Nitin, you just connect your, you just share your screen.
So it is visible? Is it visible, sir?
Yeah. Visual. Go in the first slide.
Good afternoon, sir, and all of the present members in the conference. Good afternoon, ma'am. Myself, Nitin Kumar, a student of second year in Calcutta University, and I am presenting my model for this research PPT. So there are my two colleagues over there, Dushyant Chauhan, Abhijit Kumar. They are with me in this project. So let me start, ma'am. So what are its basic artificial intelligence that refers to the stimulation of human intelligence in machines that are programmed to think like humans and mimic their actions. The term may also be applied to a machine that exhibits traits associated with the human mind, such as learning and problem solving. And that is the basic definition of artificial intelligence. In the world of full of technology and scientific research is going on every second, and machines are updating each passing day. They got new features with each upgradation. In this rush, people find it really difficult to interact with these high-tech machines. That's why there is a need for an assistant that can talk like human and perform the given task. And where people feel really comfortable when machines start talking to them in their language and follow the orders given to them. They can perform any sort of task within no time. Several works are going on in the field to improve this artificial technology, and we have come to a great distance. So there are some various AI assistants that are already available in market, such as this Google Assistant, Cortana, Ivor, and here are some of the modules that we have used in this model. So my colleague Dushyant Chauhan will explain further. Dushyant, are you there?
Yeah, thank you, Nitin. As you discuss about introduction part, now I am here to discuss some modules, as modules are very important for all projects. So first module is sub-process, which we have implemented in our project. So sub-process module is used for getting system sub-process details, which are used in various commands like shutdown or sleep, as we are seeing in laptops. And next module is Wolfram Alpha. It is used to compute expert level answers using Wolfram algorithm, knowledgeable and AI technology. And next module which we have using in our project is PYTT-SX3, which is very most important module. And this module is used for conversion of text to speech in a program, and it works offline also. And if we want to install this module, then we have to write in terminal pip install PYTT-SX3. And next module is Wikipedia. As we all know, Wikipedia is a great source of knowledge, just like Geeks for Geeks, and we have used for other module also. So to using Wikipedia, we have to install Wikipedia modules. Next module is speech recognition. As speech recognition is also important, like since we are building an application of voice assistant, so one of the most important thing is that we are using assistant recognizing your voice. And to install this, we have to write simply like pip install speech recognition. And there are some other module like date time, which is used to show the date and time. And other module is e-capture, which is used to capture the image from your camera. And other module is beautiful soap, which is a library that make it easy to scrap information from web page. Now I want to call Abhijit to discuss some further scope of our project. Abhijit.
Yeah, thank you, Dushyant. Good morning, all of you. My name is Abhijit Kumar Ghosh, and I'm a BTech computer science student in second year. And I'm going to talk about the scope and advantages of our project, that is personal desktop assistant. So up until now, we have seen that this personal desktop assistant can answer our queries and open certain windows, play music, or open browsers, some tasks like that. But the vision and scope we have thought about this is that we can use this in medical field. Like, let me bring you up a situation. Like if a person is got into an accident and he or she is in critical situation, and for whatever reason the doctor is not there, whether he is busy with some other patient or on his way, whatever reason, but that can be fatal for the patient, which is critical. So to avoid this situation, we can use AI. First of all, obviously we have to train the AI and the desktop assistant to that extent. Then we can use this to assist the nurses and the person to just hang on the patient up until the doctor came, so that the person can survive, even if the doctor takes a little bit of time to come and do this operations and all this stuff. So we have thought about that. Obviously, a desktop assistant or any AI cannot replace a doctor at all. It is obvious to all of us, but we can at least do little bit of things so that the person's life can be saved. So this is what we have thought and the scope of this project. That's all from this. Thank you all for listening.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So you have completed your presentation within within period.
Yes, sir.
So I will chance to audience to ask the questions if any. Just show your title.
So it's personal desktop assistant.
So this is your research title, or what kind of this is? Personal desktop assistant.
So it's a kind of review paper that we are doing. Is
So review paper is having some title. So this is just a keyword.
this is AI based Python personal desktop assistant. Using Python, we are creating a desktop assistant.
So any research paper you have written so far?
Yes, sir. I have written, sir.
So you should have first of all title. Then what is your objective?
Yes, sir.
What are your objectives of your research?
So this is so the artificial intelligence and the scope of this. We are elaborating that.
What you want to achieve from your this topic?
So
Convenient.
I have explained, so the main scope and vision of our project is to build a simple desktop assistant, but the further what we have planned, but we cannot do from right on now. We are in second year BTech student, but further we have planned that we can use this in medical field. Like I have thought that if the doctor is not present, then it can assist the nurses, so that nurses
Okay,
can.
I would like to interrupt you. This is a project kind of thing. What is research in it?
It's only a review paper, sir.
Okay, it is like it will assist the nurses and so what is your conclusion, Mr. Nitin?
Ma'am, this is there's a convenience of the people that did not know how to use machines, the high-tech machines. If the machines are talking to them in their languages, there will be more comfort there.
Okay, okay. It is a nice work. Like you are from only graduate students, no BTech students only. So
Yes,
you
ma'am.
need to improve. Like you should convert your paper into like a research. Okay. So later
Yes,
on you
ma'am.
can do it. Okay. Nice work. Okay, Nitin. Stop sharing your.
Thank you, ma'am.
The next presentation, Sakshi.
So Sakshi Bhajkai is there.
Abhinash. Sakshi is there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So Sakshi, you just share your screen.
Yes. My teammate is one of present. Can I share this?
Okay. Who is your teammate, Sakshi?
Mayank Badoli, his card.
Okay.
Okay. Ma'am, 1 second. I'll just.
Yeah, on it, on it.
Okay, good afternoon to one and all present here. I, Sakshi Bhajikai, along with my group members Vidhi Gautam, Mayank Badole, Mamta Soni, Pranjali Revatkar are here to present on the topic on our paper title Language Translation by Standalone Voice Learning, a multi-speaker text-to-speech synthesis approach based on transfer learning under the guidance of Dr. Sonali Ridorkar. We are the students of final year a Bachelor of Engineering in GH Rai Soni Academy of Engineering and Technology. My next slide. Okay. Abstract. So standalone language translator is a speech-to-speech translation application for Android mobile phone, which enables the translation of speech signal in a source language, that is one language, to the target language, that is another language in human voice, which is the same as a source voice, that which matches the frequency of a source voice. Standalone language translator includes three modules, which is speech recognition, that is also known as speech to text conversion, language translation, and speech synthesis. The speech recognition module captures the voice or the speech from the module user through microphone, identifies, and then converts the speech into text, and then the text is sent to the language translation along with the sample voice for further process. Next slide. Language translation module does the process of translation, that is the module consists of all the libraries for both languages, and when the text is received by this module, it converts the text of one language to another selected by a user, and thus it's sent to the translated text to the last module. The speech synthesis module acts as a text-to-speech translator when it gets a translated text. This module process the translated text, which converts it into speech and will provide the output to the user in the same voice as the source of the human voice. Thus, the language translation application works by integrating all the three modules and gives the user the best output. Next slide. So for this, my group member Vidhi will present.
Okay, thank you so much, Sakshi. Am I audible to you all?
Yes, Vidhi.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, thank you. We have done a various research work, and we have came to the conclusion that there is a problem existing worldwide when we visit new places, or when we visit any other states of India only. We face a problem while communicating with the person speaking different language. We can't understand what the other person is speaking if it is a new language. So we came to a conclusion that owing to this era of a globalization, there needs an intelligent system that can translate one language into another. It should be a speech to speech, and it should be an end-to-end application. It should be cost effective, it should be easily available, it should be easy to use, and it should be most importantly a multilingual. So our research work and our project, we have done a main innovation work here is that the source human voice will be translated as a sample voice. The source human voice will be translated.
Okay. Carry on, Vidhi.
Okay. The source human voice will be translated and will be transferred to the other user's output, and the other user output voice will be same as a source human voice, which was traditionally a system generated voice. So the other devices prevailing in around we have are like Google Translator, Microsoft Translator, Pocket, various other devices have a human system generated voice, not a human generated voice, and it is very it is not at all affordable to any user or traveler who is interested in traveling. So we need a good speech-to-speech translating system characterized by the ability to keep intact the fluency and meaning of the original speech input. So our device, standalone language translator, enable us to communicate between different speakers speaking different languages. Over to you, Mayank, for the next working model of a project.
Thank you, Vidhi. I'd like to make everyone know that you should not confuse this between the translation modules and a dubbing module, because this module not only works for translation, but it actually synthesizes the same voice in innumerable ways for the same person speaking for another one. So the working, as you can understand, is here there are two models basically working in the whole project. One is the basic Google API we use for different language translations, because it is the best way we can identify a language and can convert it into a text. The second module is a text-to-speech conversion sample with a sample voice. Now what it does is it would take your 15-second or a 30-second what you should say, a sample of your voice, the voice, user one's voice, and it would manipulate it, and it would synthesize the text which you need to make it say in different to user two. Like imagine if you're a movie director, okay, now you have already published a movie which is really going all good in one part of the world. Okay, now this is a scenario when our tool can work. So one part of the world you're speaking French, it's all good. Now you have to release it here in the other part of the world where you speak Hindi, and there's no one. You'll have to find someone who would dub French to Hindi. Now how would you do that? By making the same source human voice. Now an actor Antonio is speaking French over there, and an actor Rishabh is speaking Hindi over here. So how would you solve this? Now let me explain it to you. I would just take a voice sample from Antonio. I would put it into my speech synthesis recognition module. I would type in the text which it needs to say in Hindi, and this module would synthesize Antonio's voice in Hindi to user two. Now how easy would that be? So this is the basic working module which you should know on the front end. So do not
Hello?
hello.
I will interrupt you here.
Yeah, sure.
8 minutes are over, so you just complete within 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay, so I hope you understand the basic working out of this project.
Yeah, you just finished your presentation within one or 2 minutes.
Okay. So this is the working from speech to text conversion. It basically works on three neural networks. One is the synthesizer, one is the vocoder, and one is the encoder, which are used for the synthesizing of the speech. So how does it work? The second module of the TTS works on the speaker encoder that derive the embedding from the short utterance of a single speaker. The embedding represents the meaningful representation of the voice of a speaker. Such similar voices are close in latent space. The synthesizer then controls the embedding of the speaker and generates a spectrogram from the text. A vocoder is the state that infers the audio waveform which we get from the synthesizer. The vocoder then takes the output of the synthesizer to generate the speech form, which is the required speech. So this is the basic working of our toolbox. Here is the output which here is the dialog box which we have programmed out there. So this is the toolbox which you have, where you can just put your data set, your the voice cluster of one, the user one, and the other user are you, which you are using. So this is it. And we have used Flutter technology to develop an application which would be running on using the APIs, which is the whole concept is also on cloud, which is available using the APIs, and the application uses it. Thank you. Here's the conclusion. The standalone translator is a device that brings the gaps of language barriers with the intelligence system in real time by translating the source language to the target language when required. At present, we need real-time systems that can translate multilingual speech with matched frequency of the human voice with proper fluency and accuracy. And we have achieved that. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Mike. It is a good presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
And how many, which language you are going to translate? How many languages you are doing now?
Ma'am, for now, we are taking innumerable languages to English. Because I said innumerable because we are using Google API and it can detect all over the languages worldwide. And for our system, we have developed it to translate into English. We would be training more models into different languages so we can synthesize different languages as well.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Very good presentation. And
thank you.
Now we are going to conclude our session. This is already late, running late we are. And in this session, total 8 presentations, but only 5 presentations we completed. And all the papers about related to natural language processing and artificial intelligence and some more papers we covered. And it is a wonderful session and congratulations to all the participants. And we will announce the best paper for this session in the valedictory. And the next session we will be joining for after the 15 minutes of lunch break. Okay, sharp. And thank you. Over to Nitesh, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. I think it was a wonderful session. Now I would like to give thanks to our session chair, Dr. S.V. Nadari, Professor Rabindranath Tagore University, Bhopal, and Dr. Rajan Gupta, HOD, CS and IT Department, Rabindranath Tagore University, Bhopal, for giving their valuable time to us. Now there is a lunch break. We will meet after 15 minutes. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Ma'am, are you there?
Yes. Yes, Maya.
Ma'am, when would be the valedictory session so we can join?
Tomorrow at 4 o'clock.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Ma'am, so right now we can leave for 15 minutes.
Yes,
then
yes.
we will join one more time.
Yes, all of you will leave now. We
we
will
are
meet after 15 minutes for our next technical session. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Hello.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mukesh.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to all.
Hello, sir.
Good afternoon, all of you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon to all of you, sir, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Sonal, ma'am.
Avinash sir is there?
Varsha, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
We can start by playing that video, Abbas. Sir.
Okay. Okay, fine. Ma'am, shall I start or we'll wait for a few minutes?
2 minutes we will wait. 2:50 sharp we will start. Okay.
Okay, fine.
Okay, Varsha ma'am.
Ma'am, shall I start?
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you, Veena ma'am. I, Dr. Varsha Jotwani, once again welcomes all the honorable dignitaries, keynote speakers, and research scholars to the second half of the first day of International Conference on Data Science, Machine Learning and Application 2021. Well said by the Dave Waters, a baby learned to crawl, walk, and then run. We are in the crawling stage when it comes to applying machine learning. With that note, I am now heading towards our next plenary session 2, Data Science and Machine Learning, to explore more about the concept of machine learning and data science. It's my privilege to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Abbas M. Al-Bakri. Welcome you, sir, who is currently not available due to certain reason, but he has sent his recorded words, which I am going to play. But before moving to our next session, let me give a brief introduction to introduction of Dr. Abbas Al-Bakri. Dr. Abbas M. Al-Bakri, PhD in Computer Science, Artificial Intelligence, Chancellor of the University of IT and Communication in Baghdad, General Chair of NT-ICT Annual Conferences, Editor-in-Chief of International Journals, Program Chair of ICCM and ICNT International Conferences. He has also awarded the Medal of Scientific Excellence with the 35 Iraqis scientists in 2013. In 2018, awarded a Best Application in KOICA International Competition. So I'm going to share his video. Just ma'am, a minute. I'm just going to share it.
Okay, no problem, Varsha. Okay.
Play it, Varsha.
ये तो रीता बुधानी है।
Varsha, can I play it? Ma'am, some actually
Is opening.
no, ma'am. It is opening. Okay. You just stop sharing, Varsha. Okay. Okay. I will try. Okay. No, ma'am, it's going to work right now, I think. Is it visible?
Thank you.
Is it visible, Varsha? Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
It is
ma'am.
visible. Okay.
The impact of artificial intelligence systems and data from working. So we, according to the partner leadership, the result we get, positive, negative, good or bad, are result of our actions. Our actions are result of our beliefs we hold, and the beliefs we hold are result of our experience. So in the following pyramid, we can see that experience is the base of the pyramid, and then beliefs, actions, and results. For a human brain, we deal with the sensory input. So according to the human brain, the capability to gather sensory input using different scenes in parallel, we can see, we can hear, we can touch, taste, and smell at the same time. For example, if the outside temperature is very high, sensed by the skin, the brain generates trigger within the lymphatic system to generate sweat and bring body temperature under control. Many of these responses are triggers in real time and without the need for the construction action. For the storage, we think that the storage is very important to become to the terabyte in electronic computers. We understand that the brain store information in the form of the linked list and can retrieve in a very efficient way. For the processing power, also that we see that the previously stored information make decision within a fraction of millisecond. This is possible to the network connections, network of neurons and their interconnections. So the human brain processes 100 billion neurons with one quadrillion connections. For the energy of the conception, the brain of human is take a very less energy for sensing, storing, and processing information. So the power requirement in the galleries or what insignificant computer to equivalent to the power required in the electronic machine. For the electronic brains of computers, we can see that the computers can read and store high volume of information at an enormous speed, storage capacity exponential increasing, and the information is replicated. This is very important. information can easily be replicated and transmitted from one place to another. So more information we have at the disposal, the analysis pattern and model formation that of the more accurate our to take our decision. Our electronic computers can use a brute force. So distributed computing system can scan, store, calculate, and run various types of computing very large volume of data within a millisecond. So computers are very easy to network and collaborate within in order to increase the collective storage and processing power. What are the best of the two worlds? With artificial intelligence, we can gather the advantages of both the worlds, is electronic brain and the human brain, and drive intelligent machines. So at this point, the artificial intelligence will complete human capabilities and will be step closer to the social inclusion. And also, for example, for that, epidemic prediction, disease prevalence based on DNA sampling analysis, self-driving cars, robotics that work with the hazardous conditions and machine assistant for differently able people. For this table, we can looking for the AI before big data and AI after big data. For the left-hand side, which is the AI before big data, we find that availability of limits in data sets in megabytes, where the availability for ever increased data in terabytes, limited sample sizes in before big data, and now massive sample sizes resulting in increasing model accuracy. And on the other hand, the ability to analyze large data in milliseconds. With the big data, we can large data analyze in milliseconds, batch oriented in AI without big data. We can deal with real time, slow learning curve. The other hand side, the accelerated learning curve, limited data sources, and with big data we can deal with heterogeneous and multiple data sources based on mostly structured data sets. With the big data based on structure and semi-structured data. We're going to design our models according to the using the big data as the core of the pyramid we can see in this figure. So the big data is the base of the pyramid, and then we can model the hypothesis after that, actionable insight, and then get our results. According to Peter Norvig, who is the research director in Google, he defined the big data that we have more and more data at the moment we haven't better algorithms. So the human evolution, handwritten text on and punch card machines, magnetic tapes, hard drive, floppy disk, CDs, DVDs, SDDs, human DNA, and more. So we can we get more and more something to store data with less space, and also the innovation of the Internet of Things, which is drive a very large and exponential large of data. So there are three main attributes with the big data we can consider: the velocity, and the variety, and the value. For the value, we think that's very important to think with, and they can drive a new view for how to treat this huge value. As example, if a patient's protein visit a clinic now generates electronic data in the tune of megabytes. On the other hand, the flight traveling from one point to another can generate half of terabytes of data. For velocity, we need a velocity, we need a high velocity for the deal with the big data. So the healthcare is a great example of the velocity and the data generation analysis and action for the mission critical. In this figure, we can find the growing data volume, velocity, and different decades. So 1992, 100 gigabyte per day, 1997, 100 gigabyte per hour, 2,200 gigabyte per second, 2013, 28,000 gigabyte per second, and 2018, 50,000 gigabyte per second. We can describe the intelligence here with how we can direct the intelligence with the data science or big data. We can consider the 4 P's, which is perceive, process, persist, and perform. In order to develop artificial intelligence, we need also model our machine with the same cyclical approach, so that we can think for 3 layers of intelligence: the linguistic intelligence, which is the ability to associate word to object and use language. We mean vocabulary and grammar to express meaning. And the second layer, level, which is logical intelligence, which is the ability to calculate, quantify, and perform mathematical operation and use basic and complex logic of inference. Interpersonal and emotional intelligence, the third layer, which is the ability to interact with other human beings and understand feeling and emotions. We have 3 different tasks here for the intelligence. Basic tasks, which is related to the perception, common sense, reasoning, natural language processing. The second task, which is an intermediate task, deals with the mathematics and games, and expert task, which is deals with the financial analysis, engineering, scientific analysis, and medical analysis. For the frameworking, using the trends of AI with the big data, we can show the value derived from the big data, which is variety and structure and high value of size. And for increasing the velocity, we can think for 2 categories of the modeling. The first one is the batch processing. So according to the data warehousing system, we can consist of extract, transforming, and loading the data for analysis and actions, which is ETL. Well, this is for traditional data warehousing. On the other hand, now data can extract it and load it and transform respectively for the analysis, ELTT, which is stand for to ELT. So we can find the left-hand side, the traditional data warehousing, extract, transform, and load data. On the right-hand side, we can find the modern data warehousing, which is switched to extract, load, and then transform. An example for the batch system, which is a monthly report of the student attendance data, will be generated as a process as a batch. And at the end of the calendar of month, this process will extract the data from source systems, load it, and transform it for various reviews and report it. The more popular processing for marketing for this side is Apache Hadoop. The primary building block of Hadoop is the Hadoop distributed file system. On the other hand, we think for the real-time processing. Here we consider deal with the new things, a new approach to deal with how we can consume, how we can find new techniques in order to deal with the real-time processing. So, for example, in the credit card fraud detection system, the alert should be generated as soon as the first instance of logged malicious activity. There is no value if the actionable insight is available as a result of the end of month processing. So The idea of the real-time processing framework is to reduce the latency between the event time and the processing time. In our ideal system, the expectation would be to become zero. There are three types of this model, the real-time model. Is Apache Spark, and Apache Storm, and then Apache Flink. The Apache Spark is the distributed execution engine, and they relies in memory processing based on default tolerant data abstraction named RDDs. And Apache Storm is a framework for distributed real-time computing. And the Apache Flink is a framework of efficient distributed high volume data processing. The key feature of the Flink is automated program and optimization. What are the intelligent applications with the big data? We have different applications, and we can focus on the natural language processing, fuzzy logic systems, intelligent robotics, and the smart advising system. This figure, we can find the artificial intelligence in the main pool, and the center of this pool is the logic system, then machine learning, and after that we can consider with the deep learning. For the trends with the 2025, big data has become a brilliant concept in all key technical terms. So according to the recent survey, the global data marketing is projected to become to $103 billion by 2027, which is double its projected demand in 2018. The trends with the big data, first we consider the cloud data will shape customer experience. So the future of trade of big data analytics was related to using information to enhance customer experience. Second, augmented analytics will speed decision making. This means that the augmented analysis is shaping big data and future trends. And the third, chief data officers to be a limelight, which is a very important that the chief data officers an official level responsible for information access, integrity, and security in the organization. IoT and big data sync features. This is a very important trend. Big data is advancing organization to achieve better results. According to the software development, says 42% of the association that have IoT solutions, and 5 actionable data will be quickened. We think that actionable data for faster processing, and we can consider for this topics is very well. 6, cloud technology will make big data more accessible. We think that the cloud with the cloud computing, that's we allow all people to access application from anywhere. And last one is metadata system will be smarter. We think that the data, if we deal with data about the properties of other details, this allows the vast data measure to be restricted, captured, mixed, and most importantly, handled in the distribution and across various data stocks. Thank you very much.
Okay, over to Asha.
Ma'am, kindly unmute.
Vasha ma'am, kindly unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Is it okay? Am I audible? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
At the end, I would like to say thank you so much, sir, for enlightening all of us, and your words are very effective way to all the participants who attended this program. Definitely, we have all learned from you. Maybe in near future, we will able to interact with you directly. Thank you once again, sir. Now for the technical session 2, I am heading over to the technical session 2, and in charge of that session is Mr. Devin Singh Rathore. Sir, over to you. Devin, sir.
Thank you, Varsha Madam. Good afternoon to all of you. I am Devin Singh Rathore, Assistant Professor in Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Rabindranath Tagore University, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. I am pleased to welcome you all on behalf of Rabindranath Tagore University, Bhopal, and Institute for Engineering Research and Publication in the second technical session of International Conference on Data Science, Machine Learning and Applications 2021. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce session chair, Professor Mukesh Kumar and Dr. Selja Sharma. Professor Mukesh Kumar, Head of Computer Science and Engineering Department, Rabindranath Tagore University, Bhopal. His specialization in cloud computing, data science, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and network security. Sir published 20 research papers in national, international journal conferences. He has guided 18 MTech theses. Sir is having 15 years of working experience, and Dr. Selja Sharma is Associate Professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering in Rabindranath Tagore University, Bhopal. She has a rich experience in academic field and research management. She has specialized in wireless network, soft computing, network security, and artificial intelligence. She has a strong profile in Scopus, Mendeley, and ResearchGate. She has published many research papers in reputed journals. She is the editor-in-chief in Network Security Journal. Dr. Selja ma'am has delivered many lectures in different universities. Now over to session chair. Sir, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Devan sir. Okay. Good afternoon to all. We welcome you all in second technical session on first day of International Conference on Data Science and Machine Learning Application. In this technical session, total 13 papers will be presented by researcher. Please follow the guideline. Time limit is the major concern. Researcher will have 6 to 8 minutes for the presentation and 1 to 2 minutes for the question answer. There will be the base paper award will be declared at the time of valedictory session. Please feel free during the presentation. Now, without any delay, I would like to invite Kirti Srivastav to present paper minimum item support base improve single scan pattern tree for generating dynamic, frequent and rare pattern. Kirti, are you there?
Yes, sir. I am here. I am sharing my screen.
Okay.
Sir, screen is visible to you?
Yeah, it is visible.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Kirti Srivastava. I am here to present my research article, and the topic of this
research paper is, that is minimum item support based improved single scan pattern tree for generating dynamic, frequent and rare patterns. I have two authors, myself Kirti Srivastava and Dr. Varsha Jotwani. So this is the brief introduction about my guide, that Dr. Varsha Jotwani is currently working as associate professor with Ravindranath Tagore University, and she is a PhD in computer applications. And myself Kirti Srivastava, and I am also doing PhD from Ravindranath Tagore University under the guidance of Varsha Jotwani ma'am. So let me start our research presentation. So this is the abstract. So as we know that if we are talking about data mining, so data mining plays vital role in the field of extract the data from different or large data sets. So in different human activities, the data mining technique plays important and significant role, and it discovers hidden meaningful information. So process of extracting information to identify patterns, trends, and useful data that would allow the business and that would allow to mine the meaningful data. So identify patterns that appear frequently, unusually, and rarely. So for this, we require some specific rules. So association rule mining was first introduced to examine patterns among frequent items. So in this paper, we have presented an efficient incremental algorithm for detecting rare patterns. And in this particular paper, I have introduced a particular algorithm which is known as, that is improved single scan pattern tree. And this particular algorithm resolve the basic issues of memory consumption and the basic issue of efficiency of single scan pattern tree. So in this paper, I have used here the basic algorithm, introduced here a particular algorithm, and this algorithm, and after implementation of some specific data sets, I discovered some specific results, and with this result, we simply make some comparison, and we simply find out the runtime, and that is the efficiency and the memory consumption of improved single scan tree method is efficient. So in this research paper, I have included some specific keywords, that is data mining, association rule mining, frequent pattern rare mining, adverse disease, and single scan pattern tree, and support difference. So as we know that data mining is used to extract the information. So goal of data mining is to look coherent patterns. So basically, if we want to discover some specific patterns, and these patterns can be frequent patterns and rare patterns. So data subsets of the identified pattern then predict new result in new data sets. So this is the diagram of data mining. So as if we are talking about data mining, so we all are familiar with the basic steps of data mining. So you can see in this figure, if we are considering data mining, so data mining can be considered in two different phases. So in the first phase, this phase known as training phase, and second phase known as testing phase. So in the training phase, we'll simply include building training sets, extract feature vectors, build classifier, and second one, that is the testing phase. So in the testing phase, we simply make some specific test case test, and after this, we extract feature vectors and classify signals. To cover up this research paper, I have included some specific reference papers, and I am here I am simply attached some of the references. So you can see all the references with this specific table in this specific table. So these are some specific references, and these particular techniques which are used in particular papers. So as if we are talking about data mining techniques, so data mining techniques is widely used in various fields. But nowadays, if we are talking about large amount of data, so nowadays large amount of data are generated in the medical domain. So various psychological signals generated from different organs can be recorded to extract interesting information. So in this paper, I simply included some specific data sets, and these data sets are based on some specific diseases. And these diseases known as adverse diseases, such as heart disease, breast cancer disease. So these particular, so in this paper, I have included some specific, that me to cover up this particular paper, I included some specific literature survey. So these particular papers are choose because we are getting some specific information about different association rule mining, different methods of that is the scanning of tree. So now what is the problem statement of my paper? So as we seeing that the annual death rate is continuously increasing due to the bad factors has now become a significant global issue. So simply in medical field.
Hello, Kirti.
Yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt. Actually, 8 minutes over. So please kindly finish in
8
1 or
minutes are completed, sir.
yeah.
Okay, so just a minute. I want to conclude it one or 2 minutes.
Okay.
So this is why proposed methodology. So in this methodology, we simply use 10 steps for this particular improved single scan pattern tree. And by following these particular steps, we simply, these particular steps I have included here some specific data sets. So you can see here that I am including here 3 different data sets. That is first one, that is heart disease, second one breast cancer, and third one, that is hepatitis data sets. And the features on the basis of some specific features which are showing in the slides, we simply implement a particular association rules. So we simply generate some specific item sets. So these are the tables which are used for generation of item sets. So this is for heart disease, this is for breast cancer data sets, and this is for procedure of association rule mining. So in this particular paper, we'll simply implement all the particular steps, that is the 10 steps of algorithm, by using the MATLAB software, and we'll get some specific results. So these are some specific results. So you can see in this figure, this is the elapsed time. So in the brown color is denoted for SSP tree, and which is past algorithm. And this is blue color is SSP tree, and brown color is denoted for the ISSP tree. This is our proposed algorithm. Okay, so you can see that elapsed time is efficient than the SSP tree. And if we are talking about memory uses, so this particular diagram showing you that you can see that memory uses time of ISSP tree is less than SSP tree algorithm. So this is our result of this particular paper. So by this, we can say that if we are applying ISSP tree algorithm, so we'll simply reduce the cost, that is the input output cost. We'll simply reduce the memory consumption and the elapsed time. So thank you all.
Okay, thank you, Kirti. In your paper, I think so you have to use the IS
ISP tree. Okay, it is used for genetic. Are you listening? Are you audible?
Please repeat it.
Yeah. So you have to apply it for generating dynamic frequent and rare patterns.
Yes, ma'am.
So both are, I think, is different. Dynamic frequent and rare pattern. So what is the beneficial of in this rare pattern?
So simply, ma'am, in this paper, I have comparative analysis with the ISSP is beneficial with reference of memory consumption, with reference of elapsed time. That means if we are applying SSP tree, so this SSP tree, the memory consumption is more higher than the ISSP tree. So we'll simply change our SSP tree method by applying some specific extra extra features of single scan pattern tree, and then we get some specific results. So this is the particularly in this paper will simply generate some specific rare patterns by using the improved single scan pattern tree.
Okay, so you have to apply this one tree, na? You have to apply this one tree, ISSP tree.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So you have to apply for this. You have to apply for that one, na? Genetic dynamic frequent and rare patterns. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So what you have to define now very clearly. The rare patterns is different and dynamic frequent. So, but you have to clear this one thing. How do we know that genetic dynamic pattern is better and this one rare pattern? Frequent, matlab, how do you will judge this one? So because you have to apply this one tree, na?
Simply in this paper, I am applying the method that is the ISSP tree algorithm. Yes. And in this particular algorithm, we'll simply apply by applying this specific algorithm, we'll simply get the result, and this result is beneficial than the SSP tree.
Okay. But it's okay. It is an algorithm. You have to apply this one rare patterns and this one pattern. So, but you know this about this one. You understand this one thing. This ISP tree is algorithm working for that one. Both pattern, both these one things: genetic, dynamic, frequent, and rare pattern.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay.
Then
okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Now the next participant is Miss Devika Rani Roy.
Sir, Devika is not coming because in Bombay heavy rains are there, no? So there is no electricity.
The next one is.
Okay. The next participant is Krishnan
Pushpa Tiwari.
Yes, sir, I'm here. I am just sharing my screen.
Okay. Please present it.
Anyone can explain.
Samruddhi, is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah, we can start.
Okay. Good afternoon, respected panel. My name is Samruddhi Punda, along with my colleague Unnikrishnan Namputri from RMD Sinhagarh School of Engineering from Pune, Maharashtra. And we are pleased to give a presentation on the topic, Automated System for Zero Downtime Database Migration. As we all know, AI, ML, big data produces a lot of data, which makes data handling and transferring very difficult. In order to transfer data from one database to another, migration is performed. Migration is a crucial process, requires a lot of in-depth knowledge along with manual intervention, but we are here to provide the best experience of migration by automating the migration process with least manual intervention by just a click. Can we have the next slide? So we are a group of 4 members of final year of computer engineering with an interest in various fields like development, neural network management, Salesforce, but similar interest in database management, MI and AL. Next slide, please. Abstract. So migration is a very complicated process as it requires a lot of configuration, commands, functions, and an in-depth knowledge of the system. Migration is very time consuming and it may take from few days to months. It requires excellent infrastructure with skilled human resource and the best error handling capacities. An automated system provides the best experience of migration to all the database administrators by providing an automated developed platform to extract, pump, and replicate efficiently by just a click. Next slide. Introduction. So what we are going to do is to perform migration, but not in a normal or traditional way. The normal way includes typing commands on the server terminals and checking if each of the functionalities are up or not. But with the help of scripting, a simple sophisticated dashboard by using an Oracle Golden Gate as a middleware software to be installed on both source and database is done. Next slide. So what are the problems identified in the existing system? In the existing system, all the commands and the queries are executed on the server terminal or via putty. But it becomes very difficult to know if the functions like manager, listener, instances are up or not. Many times during replication, due to some issues, listener goes down, or so we have to again run the commands to check the status of the listener and write the commands to check if the listener is up or not, which is very time consuming in the bigger system. A larger log file is generated when any of the transaction is committed, so it becomes difficult to check the errors in the log, and one needs an in-depth knowledge to view the integral parts of the script and needs access grant to take the hold of the script, and this also goes on very time-consuming process. And in the traditional system requires extra tools to generate report. There is no tool attached to the traditional migration system, so that is one of the problems we face. As we are not able to view all the functionality at one place, migration becomes very difficult. And there has not been established any system till now which would show all the functionalities at one place, making sure all are up. So here we are with that uniqueness of everything at one place and one click. Next slide.
Okay, thank you, Samruddhi. So as she has already said, these are the Golden Gate and Oracle database server side, which we'll have to basically type in the commands if we are performing the migration in the traditional manner. So what we have done is we have automated this entire process. What our software is actually providing here. So we are actually viewing all the functionalities at one-stop solution at one GUI dashboard. So as we can see, all the listener, manager, destination, and source instance, extract, pump, replicate, all are check fields here. And depending upon the action that is performed, that is, if we click the action button, they will pop up an icon saying that if the listener is active or not. We just have to click a button to check if the listener is on. If it is off, we can turn it on by just a click of a button. Otherwise, in traditional manner, we would have had to go to the server side or client side, depending upon which one is off. We'd have to perform all the manual intervention, and we'll have to type out basically all the commands to check if it is on, and then check how to turn it on, and then we have to check if any errors are there. We have entirely automated this all process. Next is the crucial step that we have been discussing from the start, that is migration. So basically database migration is a crucial step in now present time because of the large amount of data. So in traditional manner, even if with using Golden Gate, we have to perform the whole step of initial load to change synchronization manually by typing out all the entire procedure, creating all the param files, and then sending it to the database, and it will perform the migration operation as such. But here we have automated the entire process so that the DBA or the user will just have to check the initial count and then enter the schema name that they want to migrate, and then it will be migrated from the source table to a destination table, irrespective of where all these databases are. They can be in the same computer, they can be on different platforms, they can be across the world, depending if we have connected them via any satellite or any other way of communication. Next, we have the performance analysis chart. So basically, in any other system, if you'll see, we'll have to first migrate the records, and then we'll have to check which records have been successfully migrated, which have been partially, and then which have not been successfully migrated. And then depending upon the record, we'll have to compile this data, and then we'll have to feed this data to another data analysis tool, which will give us a proper graphical representation or analysis of how the data has been distributed. So we are providing this we are providing the solution here as well. We just have to select the performance analysis button, and it will plot out a pie chart which will basically show how much data has been successfully migrated, how much were partially, and then how much were failed. And this will actually reduce the data analysis time as well. Next, we have the fault history graph. So basically, fault history is faults versus time period graph, which here you can see is plotted in hours. It can be in minutes, seconds, weeks, months, or years, depending upon how we want to see. like how the data was migrated. Basically, it is the amount of records migrated in an hour. So basically, it is showing latency. So this graph can be used for quality assurance and quality analysis purposes, as they can just predict how the migration software is working, and they can predict its performance and efficiency as soon. Next, we have viewing the script function. So this is another functionality that we added to our system. So basically, scripting is what is entirely like automating this process. So that script has to be written out by the developer and then feed it to the system and then run it. So if there are to be any changes performed, that is, if you want to add anything, any new functionality, remove any functionality, update any functionality, they'll have to again go to the server or client side and then port take the previous existing script, update it, and then delete the already existing one and port the new one. But here we have provided the functionality of viewing the script directly on just one click. And then if the user has like authority, if the DBA has the key, we have encrypted the script as well. If they are entering the password, then only it will be decrypted. Otherwise, there is no possible way of editing the script. Next, we have migration report generation, as every software or any tool requires authentication and validation report after its completion. We have also provided a report generation tool, which will actually show the amount of data migrated along with the Golden Gate logo, as well as the time when it was migrated, in order to validate all the migration process. So the salient features of our entire system includes database migration, added on with performance analysis, and then issue record, and then log history as well. Basically, we know log history is the entire procedure of what has been carried out, but we have segregated it in such a way that only errored out or aborted transactions will be pulled out, which will in short take much more time for troubleshooting. So thus, I would like to conclude by saying that we have automated the migration process by scripting, which makes migration much more easier with least possible manual intervention, and with the user interface, which provides the performance analysis and all the information before and after application. So for references and appendix side, we have used mathematical model of interaction model, and then a database migration sequence of extract, pump, and replicate process, and then schema configuration. We have used the HR schema for like demonstration purpose, and then GGSA, which is a Golden Gate execution file, then configuring the Oracle instances as well. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Krishna, to finish presentation in time. Any question from participant?
Krishna, you have to survey on automated data migration and analysis using scripting.
Yes.
So it is survey, or may I think it is implemented?
Ma'am, actually, when
your paper is showing that one. It is now it is working that one, but you have to here now survey on. So
ma'am, actually, we were working on the survey, and by the time we have actually implemented, it is a final year project basically.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So you have to apply the Java or anything?
Yeah, ma'am. We have used the Java JSCH class for the entire connection to the SSH.
Scripting is any useful? Any language scripting they working in your
yeah, ma'am. We have extended to like both shell and Perl scripting. We will extend it to other languages as well for facilitating the automation. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Now next.
Okay, Krishna.
Thank you, sir.
Now, okay. It was nice presentation. Next participant is Miss Sonal Tiwari on deep machine learning tracker for real-time object detection.
Sonal, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sharing the screen.
Okay.
Is my screen visible to ma'am?
Yes, it is visible, Sonal.
Okay, ma'am. Very good afternoon to all of you. I'm Sonal Tiwari, research scholar in RNTU Bhopal University under the guidance of Dr. Shelja Sharma ma'am, assistant professor. Here I'm for presenting the paper Deep Machine Learning Tracker for Real-Time Object Detection. Basically, in the paper, I'm going to propose a novel tracker which is controlled by sequential actions learned by deep reinforcement learning agent. The basic idea is to localize object in a scene by finding dense region in the scene and guide the visual attention to that part for the detection. During my presentation, I will go through the following points, that is background and proposed method. In the background, definition of real-time tracking, types of learning, deep learning, reinforcement learning, and in proposed method, model, problem statement, policy with RL, training and testing, and result and discussion. Now I'm going to explain you background. Basically for the background, first one is the image classification, object detection, and object localization. Image classification involves defined class of one object in an image. Object detection is a technology which identifies objects in image. Object localization refers to predicting the location of one or more objects in an image and drawing the bounding box around their extent. Basically, finding the location of the target object is difficult because of several obstacles such as motion, blur, background, etc. And in this way, both localization and classification can be done with a single pass through an image. Object detection techniques often use extracted features and learning algorithms to distinguish instances of an object or image related to an object category. Object detection is applied in several areas of computer vision, including image retrieval, surveillance, security, automated vehicle system, and machine checkup. Types of learning. Basically, we have three types of learning, that is supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. The system is able to provide target for any new input after sufficient training. For this, we have in supervised learning. The supervised learning is considered to be the most elementary class of machine learning algorithm. As the name suggests, these algorithms require direct supervision. But in unsupervised learning, the algorithm tries to learn and identify useful property of the classes from the given annoyed data without the help of intervention of a human. A system doesn't figure out the right output, but it explores the data and can draw the inference from the data set to describe hidden surface. Reinforcement learning in this type, basically reinforcement learning is based on the huge amount of data. And this type of learning, the machine is allowed to train itself continually using trial and error. Machine learning and deep learning. Basically, machine learning is the branch of AI and deep learning is a subset of machine learning. And machine learning is a method of data analysis that not analytical model building. It is a branch of AI. And basically the machine learning algorithm are trained to find pattern and feature in massive amount of data in order to make decision and prediction based on new data. And machine learning algorithm works in the following 4 steps. That is, first one is select and preparing training data set. Basically, we are having 2 types of training data set, that is trained subset and evaluation subset. And in the second step, choose an algorithm to run on the training data set. Basically, depending upon the data set, we can choose the algorithm. Like decision tree and regression algorithm are used for label data. and association, neuron, and clustering algorithm are used for unlabeled data. And the third step, training the algorithm to create the model. And the fourth step, using and improving the model. These are the 4 steps which can be worked in the machine learning algorithm. And deep learning algorithm, as we know that deep learning is the subset of the machine learning. And in the deep learning algorithm, basically deep learning algorithm is an artificial neural network that is designed to learn the way the human brain works. Deep learning model require large amount of data that pass through multiple layers of calculation and applying weights and bias each successive layer to continue, adjust and improve the outcomes. And the next one is the reinforcement learning. Basically reinforcement learning, which I have used in my my tracker model. Basically, reinforcement learning model is a behavior machine learning model that is similar to supervised learning, but the algorithm isn't trained using sample data. And this model learns it goes by using trial and basis. In this reinforcement learning, my tracker is the agent and the image is the environment. And basically my model will work like the tracker, which will identify the object in the image. And using the number of states and reinforcement
Sonal,
learning,
8 minutes
my
over.
tracker will be
Sonal,
okay,
8 minutes over. Please
okay,
finish
sir,
in
sorry.
1 or 2 minutes.
Ji,
Please finish.
Okay. This is my model. In this model, basically my model is very our tracking strategies. My model is very efficient and improved model, and my model can be divided into 3 layers. The first, the output of the layer is combining with action dynamic having 110 dynamics, and the final layer FCS having all the calculated score with action probability, which decide what action must be applied it. In this model, basically this layer, using this layer, we can take the next action, and state and previous state are used for the function. This is the intersection over union, in which R is the reward, S and S dash are the state, previous state and next state. And the intersection of over union is used for improving the output of my tracker. And if the output is greater than 70%, that means it will go for the next state. And if it is less than 70%, that it will be skipped. And this is the problem statement. This is the problem statement. And policy with our core problem is find a policy that guide the decision making process of this agent. Approach, estimate the action value function. After learning the action value function QSA, the policy that agent follow is to select the action with a maximum estimated value. Training and testing. Basically, I use the training and testing approach for my model, using which I can make more efficient model. Basically 11 type of actions are used, which include translation move and scale change and stopping actions. And this is the result and discussion. I compare my proposed method. I got 91.6% in my proposed method, which is more efficient as compared to another method. And for the result comparison, I use some specification like i7 CPU and 32 GB RAM and Python sensor. And this is the performance evaluation. We evaluated our method on 2 OTB data set, which has 50 video sequence, and ODB 100, which have 100 video sequence, including ODB 50 and 360 rating videos. And last, the conclusion. we have proposed a novel tracker restricted by the reinforcement learning based model, which propose the target object by sequential action iteratively. And it is improved effort to adopt the tracking strategy controlled by the pursuing action trained by deep reinforcement learning. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sonal. Sonal?
Thank you, ma'am. Ji, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Your paper is that one is focused on reinforcement.
Deep learning enforcement method.
Your tracker. So it is
Ji.
efficient working. Efficiency.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
have to calculate this one.
Yes, ma'am. My model is more efficient as compared to previous model because I have used the reinforcement learning algorithm for my tracker, and my tracker is a sequence of successful outcome. Outcome will be reinforced to develop the best recommendation. And during my tracker, I have used more action as compared to previous algorithms. Basically, I have used 11 type of action, including translation move, scale changes, and stopping action.
Okay.
And in the translation move, basically we having the 4 direction move, but in my model, I have used 6 translation move, that is left, right, up, down, and 2 diagonal move also. And the tuple is PT and DT, that is image, pitch, and dynamics of pitch.
But Sonal, don't you think that you have used only 100 videos in this, as you said, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Actually, me right now using the Coco data set, I can got only 100 images for that.
Huh. So please work on more images, because 100, the figure of 100 is very less when you're performing any research. So you should go for a larger data set. Then the research becomes a little it has more weightage.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, otherwise you have done a good work, but the data set should be a little more.
Okay, ma'am. I will try my best.
Yes.
So you get the more efficient results now.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, sir. One request is
there is one question in my mind. What is the application area?
Pardon, sir, I'm not getting your voice.
Sir, repeat your question.
Sir, your question, actually, your voice is breaking, sir. Shiv, sir.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
Network issue, sir.
Yeah. So, Mukesh sir, Priyamada Sharma is waiting for that one. So please, we will take.
Okay. Our next.
Priyamada Sharma.
Shiv, sir.
I will ask. I will ask
yes,
a question in the next.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, your voice is breaking completely.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here to present.
Sir, you drop your questions.
Yes, sir. Better, sir. Actually, we are not able to listen questions.
So I try.
Please.
Just one.
Yeah, sir. We wait.
My question is that where is your what is the application use of your model? Where is the application? What is the application area of your this proposed model? This is the question actually.
Have you understand?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So my application model will work for finding the location of the object. Finding the location of the object in any image.
In image or a particular field.
Sir, it can work like if we will put number of images for the animals, so this tracker will find out. Basically, right now we having we trained our model only for finding out the image of animals. So this model can find out only the images like cat or dog. But whenever we trained our model for more examples, it can find out more things, and whenever we give more features like what that particular object is doing, so then this tracker will find out that features also, depending upon the number of features. Tracker find out the object location.
Okay, Sonal. Okay.
Okay, Sonal. Then thank you.
Thank you.
Our next participant is Mrs. Priyambada Sharma.
Yes, yes. Priyambada, you are?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah, you are start now.
Let me share my PPT. Yes, ma'am. This is visible, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
Sonal, it is visible. Please, you have to take the time, na? Time limit is.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, all the dignitaries and audience. And I, Priyambada Sharma, and this is my review paper, and my supervisor, Dr. Shalya Sharma, ma'am. My title is a critical review of machine learning based intrusion detection system for Internet of Things. I review on this machine learning based intrusion detection system for IoT because of the detection on intrusion using various machine learning algorithm, and IDS monitor a network or system for malicious activity and protect a computer network from unauthorized access from user, including perhaps insider. These are my outline. IoT attacks on IoT system, intrusion detection system for IoT, machine learning approaches, conclusion and references. This is my abstract. Internet of Things, IoT and its application are the most prominent research areas presently. In the global scenario, concern with security and privacy regarding computer networks are always increasing. Computer security has become a necessity due to proliferation of information technology in day-to-day life. The increase in the number of internet accesses and emergence of new technology such as IoT paradigm are combined by new and modern attempt to invade computer system and network. Important property of IoT system are the limited processing and energy resources of their nodes. That is based on the fact that many IoT devices shall be directly worn by people. In consequence, it is often difficult to use well-known protection technology to safeguard IoT devices. For instance, encryption tend to be processing intensive, making it difficult to encrypt and sign data to be transmitted by IoT network. Thus, encryption is often omitted, making the wireless communication vulnerable against attack. Continue my abstract. Another characteristic of these systems in their openness and flexibility, the devices are often placed in physically unsecured areas such that that can be easily accessed by attacker. Moreover, they use decentralized wireless communication, making it easy to connect with them from the outside. In addition, many IoT applications need to be highly flexible in accepting new devices for further temporary or permanent uses. All this make it relatively simple for attacker to add malicious behavior to the system for easily attack on the multiple layer A comprehensive study is carried on the classifier, which can advance the development of anomaly-based intrusion detection system, which is IDS. Performance assessment of classifier is done in terms of prominent metrics and validation methods. The characteristic of IoT on one side make it easily applicable to real-time application, whereas on the other side expose it to cyber threat. DOS is one of the most catastrophic attack against IoT. Machine learning, which I used in my title, is considered to be one of the most suitable computational paradigm to provide embedded intelligence in the IoT device. ML can help machine and smart device to infer useful knowledge from device or human generated data. It can also be defined as the ability of a smart device, for example, smartwatch, laptop, mini laptop, phone, mobile, etc., to vary or automate the situation of behavior based on knowledge, which is considered as an essential part for an IoT solution. This research therefore focus on rigorous state-of-the-art literature on machine learning technique applied in Internet of Things and intrusion detection for computer network security. In this review paper, we investigate the prospect of using machine learning classification algorithm for securing IoT against cybersecurity attacks. These are the attacks which I choose for my review paper. Botnet, denial of service. Botnet is a network that combines various systems together to remotely take control over a victim's system and distribute malware. Cyber criminals control botnet using command and control server to steal confidential data, acquiring online banking data, and execute cyber attack like DOS and phishing. Denial of service. A denial of DOS attack deliberately tried to cause a capacity overload in the target system by sending multiple requests. Unlike phishing and brute force attack, attackers who implement denial of service don't aim to steal critical data. However, DOS can be used to slow down or disable a service to hurt the reputation of a business. IoT security threats such as denial of service attack can ruin the reputation of business and affect their revenue. Here are more attacks. Man in the middle, identity and data theft. Man in the middle attack. A hacker breaches the communication channel between two individual systems in an attempt to intercept message among them. Attacker gain control over their communication and send illegitimate message to participating system. Then man in the middle attack can use to attack several IoT devices as they share data in real time. With man in the middle attack, attacker can intercept communication between multiple IoT devices, leading to yes, sir.
7 minutes over. Please finish your presentation.
Okay, so as we know, these are the attacks. We are familiar with these attack, identity and data theft attack, which can capable to attack on multiple layer, for example application layer and network layer, and social engineering attack, which is also similar to a phishing email attack, and advanced persistent attack. This is are the major security concern for various organizations. So an advanced persistent threat is a targeted attack, cyber attack, where an intruder gain illegal access to a network and undetected for a prolonged period of time. These some more attacks. Attacks on ransomware, and these are the DOS attack in IoTs. Those crash the services and those flood the services. These are more attack I review on these attack, jamming attackers and privacy leakage. IDS, let me explain. IDS have been utilized the field of computer science since long for attack detection over a network security monitoring. And intrusion can be defined as any kind of unauthorized activity that cause damage to an information system or any privacy or information and organization information. This means any attack that could pose a possible threat to the information confidentiality, integrity, and availability will be considered an intrusion. For example, activity that would make the computer service unresponsive to legitimate user are considered as intrusion. IDS is a software or hardware system that identify malicious action on computer system in order to allow for system security to maintain. This is continue of IDS. Okay, there are two type of IDS. The first is a signature based that use a predefined set of rule and pattern to detect attack, and the second is anomaly based IDS that use a pre-collected data set with either normal or malicious behavior data and use it to train and test a detection model. And this is a disadvantage and disadvantage of SIDS and AIDS. IDS for IoT, we can use machine learning based, statistical based, and knowledge based. Statistical based IDS is univariate, multivariate, time series model. Knowledge based IDS, which is divided in three part: finite state, machine description language, expert system. This is a machine learning approach or machine learning I can explain in just in 2 minutes. Machine learning is a process of extracting knowledge from large quantity of data, and machine learning model includes set of rule and method that can be used to identify useful pattern to recognize or predict behavior of an event. Machine learning techniques have been applied extensively in the area of intrusion detection system to extract knowledge from intrusion data set and apply different algorithm and techniques such as clustering and neural network association rule, decision tree, genetic algorithm, and nearest neighbor method. These are the machine learning approaches. We can use any one on the training data set or existing data set for research work. Machine learning is one of the most suitable computational paradigm, as we know, and we use this for intelligence in the IoT field or in the IoT devices. ML can help machine and smart device to infer useful knowledge from device or human generated data. It can also be defined the ability to smart device to vary or automate the situation of behavior based on knowledge, which is considered as an essential part for an IoT. This is continue where we can use ML technique to to detect the attacks or to protect the cyber attack. So these are the such task classification and regression, density estimation. We can use any one technique and approaches over the research. For example, variety of applications such as computer vision, fraud detection, bioinformatics, malware detection, authentication, and speech recognition using ML algorithm and technique. In a similar manner, ML can be leveraged in IoT for providing intelligent services. Basically, in this review paper, however, we focus on the application of machine learning in providing security and privacy services to the IoT network. These are the approaches I already ideas based on machine learning. There are I took these on my reference paper, and supervised learning techniques such as support vector machine and that OZ is a researcher use the machine learning like SVM to classify. These are yes sir.
Priyam, please conclude this research work.
Okay.
Time is already up.
sir, I may skip some slides of my reference.
Yeah.
This is my conclusion of this review paper. This paper review existing intrusion detection system for IoT based on machine learning technique, implement tools and data set. In this review article, tend to analyze and compare state of the art of IDS proposal in the IoT context in terms of architecture, detection methodology, validation strategy, treated threat and algorithm deployment. The review deals with both traditional and machine learning ideas technique and discusses future directions. This review article focus upon IoT ideas deployed by ML, since learning algorithm have a good success rate in security and privacy. In this article, we have tried to provide a comprehensive review of ideas for different aspects of learning technique for IoT. We believe that this review will be useful for academia and industry research. First, to identify IoT threats and challenges. Second, to implement their own ideas. And finally, to propose new smart techniques in IoT context considering IoT limitations. These are my reference. These are my reference. I use 28 paper to review my review my paper. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Priyamada.
Yes, sir.
Question from participant.
This is your review paper?
Yes, ma'am. This is my review paper.
Yeah. So you have to apply any one algorithm for this one thing, detection system for Internet of Things, or machine learning based.
Yes, ma'am.
No, till now.
Yes, ma'am. I'm me.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, we can use any algorithm, or ma'am any technique or approach of from machine learning to provide the protection or to detect the anomaly or vulnerable activities. So I think support vector machine and clustering, we can use association rule and support vector machine, which is good for the ideas to protect the data. Yes, ma'am. And these are the research. I'm sorry, these are the approaches, and I'm not totally select any technique, but I think I would prefer support vector machine and decision tree learning for against the attack or against the protection ideas.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Priyamada.
Okay, thank you.
Our next participant is Ashok B to present paper on diabetes diagnosis using ensemble model in machine learning.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, your audio is coming.
Yeah, sure. I will share my screen.
Okay.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, sir. Okay, this is me. I'm going to present diabetes diagnosis using ensemble models in machine learning. Yeah. So I'm currently pursuing MTech in information security under computer science department in NIT Allahabad. Actually, also I'm currently working as an intern in American Express during my final semester of my master's. Yeah. So this abstract. So basically, this abstract highlights basically, if you, as far as I've seen the research paper, the accuracies are not up to the mark. I can say it's 0.8 or 0.78, something like that. So in many papers, and I have highlighted the importance of the interpretability in healthcare domain, and I have explained how it is useful to the doctors in research papers. So diabetes, I will give a little bit introduction, and then I will go to further slides. So basically, diabetes is a disease actually it mainly occurs when the patient blood sugar is high. So the reason is that for the diabetes patients, the insulin doesn't generate. So insulin is basically a hormone. Okay, so that doesn't regulate the blood sugar because of the lack of insulin. The diabetes patients don't in the diabetes patient's body, the insulin, the blood sugar is not regulated, and then so only they are getting high blood sugar. And then yeah, the worst part of the diabetes diagnosis is that once the patient is diagnosed with diabetes, it won't be able, the disease is not curable. That's what I mean. So yeah. So there are many symptoms of the diabetes. So after going through various articles, I found out that these are the main 3 common symptoms. One is polyuria, polydipsia, and polyphagia. So polyuria is basically when the person is urinating frequently. This is also common sign of blood sugar. Okay, so urinating frequently, and polydipsia is nothing but when a person is having increased thirst. Okay, and polyphagia is nothing but increase in appetite level. Appetite level means the thing is that when the person doesn't get hunger, okay, even if he doesn't eat for a long time, he or she doesn't eat for a long time, so he doesn't get any hunger. That's what gives an appetite level. So I will tell why the need of diabetes diagnosis. So basically, this disease, like every other disease nowadays, if you analyze, due to various lifestyle habits, like for example, let's say IT industry, people who are working in IT industry or sitting for long, sitting in front of laptop for long period of time, and then many people don't have, even youngsters don't have physical activity, or not doing any physical activity. So because of various lifestyles, like every other disease, diabetes is also increasing. If you see, I have highlighted some numbers. Even in developed countries like US, there are lots of diabetes patients. In an article, found out that there are around 30.2 million diabetes patients, which is huge. So like the main problem, if we can highlight, is that like the number of patients, if you see, the number of patients are keep on increasing, and then like it is not at all easy to handle. I will go to them. It is not at all easy to handle it is not possible for the doctors, okay, so to handle all the diabetes patients manually. So the thing is that with the technologies like machine learning, what we can do is that we can even though if you are not able to give a very good 100% accuracy model, if you are still able to, if you are able to produce like let's say 90% accuracy, then doctor will be happy as soon as the model does a reasonable good job. Okay, so for this this is the need of the diabetes diagnosis model. So and yeah, it will help it will save a lot of time for doctors. We'll go to next slide. So in this PMO diabetes dataset is used. So this dataset is provided by National Institute of Diabetes. So that's why this dataset is famous for this is famous for, even though the data size is not that much big, this is widely used in almost all, I cannot say all research paper, but almost many research papers I can see the same dataset is used. The thing is that the dataset has basically has 2 classes, class 0 and class 1. So class 0 denotes that patient don't have diabetes, and 1 denotes that it have a diabetes. So yeah, I will go to the next slide. So basically, after getting the dataset, what I have done is that basically I have done I found out whether there is any value, any missing values there in the features or not. So I found out, for example, I can say that let's say there is a feature called blood pressure. I can in that, if you see, the values are I can see the features with the values of 0. Okay, the if we read medically, the blood pressure cannot be 0 for anyone. So the thing is that those are called erroneous values, or we can say the missing values. So what I have done is that I did a median based imputation. So basically in machine learning, the most common techniques are mean based imputation, median based imputation, and mode. So other two are prone of outliers. So the thing is that, so I preferred median based imputation. Basically it will calculate in this experiment. What I have done is that I have taken all the class 0 points, and then I have done a median based imputation for that particular class, for that blood pressure feature. Similarly, I have done for class 1. So likewise, I have done for every other feature in case if there is a missing value. Okay, so the thing is that another one is that upsampling. So if you see upsampling, so this is because like whenever there's an imbalanced data set, let's say class in this example class 0 has 500 data points and class 1 has 268 data points. So in this case, if you see class 0 has almost twice the number of data points as class 1. Okay, so the thing is that approximately, not exactly, but approximately twice the number of data points. So if you see, the thing is that if you build directly machine learning models on top of that without doing anything, so there are scenarios that the model might give importance to class 0 because of more number of points. So that's why this sampling is needed. So basically, there are two types of I have found out mainly two types of sampling: upsampling and downsampling. So as the number of data points are already less, like as I said, 768 data points. So the thing is that I have preferred upsampling. The reason is that I don't want to reduce the number of data points further. Okay, so let's say if I do downsampling, I have to sample the 500 amount of 500 data points to 268 data points to the minority class. So in such case, the data will get further reduced. So I felt that's not good. So I have gone with upsampling, and then so these kind of small tweaks have produced better results, I feel. So I will tell. So in this, I have mainly, as I said in this thing, in abstract, while explaining abstract, so I have mainly created two models like ensemble models. Ensemble models are nothing but, let's say if you take decision tree, decision tree is not ensemble model, but random forest we can call it as an ensemble model. It's like there will be many base models inside that, and random forest on top of that, it will give a aggregated result of all those base learners. Let's say in this I will explain this model. So let's say there are n decision trees. N is nothing but we have to do hyperparameter tuning based on various factors of the decision tree. So like min list, there are many components in the decision tree which we need to do hyperparameter tuning. Otherwise, we might get underfitting or overfitting model. So the thing is that in the decision tree, I've built decision trees. Okay, so where n is hyperparameter value. So in basically the data set, I have taken the data set P-Mandian's data set, and then I have performed row sampling and column sampling and future sampling. So for, let's say for the decision tree one, there will be separate data set after doing random row sampling and feature sampling, and then I will build decision tree on top of that. Similarly, for I will do future sampling and row sampling on decision, and then I will build decision tree 2 on top of that. Likewise, I will build the n decision tree. Okay, so the thing is that have built. Okay, so the thing is that once all the decision trees are built, we have given if you give the test data point to this decision tree, everything will give as it is a classification problem, it will give class 0 or class 1 n decision tree. So what happens is that the final result of the random forest will be based on the majority vote of all the n decision tree. Okay, so the thing that's how random forest work. And the next one is GVDT. GVDT is also similar to random forest.
Mr. Ashok,
yeah.
8 minutes is already over. Please finish your presentation.
Yeah, I have some couple of slides only. I will do.
Okay.
2 minutes. Okay, so I will try to quickly finish it up. So GVDT is a gradient boosting decision tree. It's nothing but if you see random forest, all the decision trees can be built parallelly. Like one because we are doing random row sampling and feature sampling from the main data set. But GVDT works in such a way that let's say there are n decision tree, and in that let's say there are n decision trees. So first we will get in using GVDT, we can get once we get the output of the decision tree 1, it is so there will be some certain error associated with it. So that error, like while building the decision tree 2, the main motive of the gradient boosting decision tree is to reduce the amount of the error that happens in the predecessor model. Like a predecessor model in the sense is like for decision tree 2, the predecessor model will be decision tree 1. So for decision tree 3, like the predecessor model will be decision tree 2. So likewise, after doing hyperparameter tuning, after doing n models, after learning the output of the nth decision tree, it is estimated that it should be good. Okay, so and the results are showing that only. So if you see, these are the results that I have got in the experiment that have done between the comparative analysis between GBDT and this thing random forest. So these are all, if you see all the this thing precision, recall, FN score are all good. So due to time constraint, I'm not explaining about what the precision and recall and FN score is. So if you see all are about around 0.9. Okay, so that is pretty good compared to the previous results. And confusion matrix, I can say that if you confusion matrix of GBDT is like if you see there are 23 misclassified points. Okay, out of the tested data set. Okay, so this thing random forest, it is 26 data points that are misclassified. So even though both the models are good, based on the number of misclassifications, if I had to choose one among two strictly, then I can go with GBDT. So the thing is that interpretability, I will quickly explain it, and that's it. So interpretability is one of the things that I have touched in my paper. This is useful to the doctors because I will give a small example. Let's say when a doctor runs a machine learning model on the let's say on the diabetes, for the diabetes, to check whether the patient has a diabetes or not. So in such case, what happens is that let's say if the model gives a probabilistic interpretation like class 0 has 0.3 and class 1 has 0.7, so or 0.2, 0.8. In such case, class 1 is slightly higher, and then so only doctor can claim that okay, this model already the accuracy of the model is good, and and it is claiming to be that class 1 is having higher probability. So I'm going with the class 1. That is a patient has a diabetes. So in case if the patient, because the doctors cannot blindly depend on machine learning models, given that the machine learning models are not perfect, especially on the healthcare domain, it can be a matter of life. Okay, especially for example, if you take COVID scenario or something like even for diabetes, if it is not detected earlier, then it can the person can lose the eyesight or having a kidney disease, and it cannot be cured. That's the worst part in it. So for these critical diseases, this interpretability of the output is very important. So I have proposed interpretability, probabilistic interpretation in my paper. That's it. These are my references. Hello, sir.
Okay, thank you, Ashok. Any question from participant?
Yes, Ashok.
Yeah,
if your this one model is success, now it is very useful for doctors, definitely.
Yes, ma'am.
So it is now till you have to apply any algorithm in machine learning, and only models is sufficient for that one.
Actually, if you see random forest or GBDT, everything is developed by the like a scientist, and then it is like if you see these are all the models that are proven to give the good accuracy. So I've gone with it. Okay. I've done this experiment as a part of my thesis. So yeah, I'm presenting it.
Very well.
Okay, then.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ashok.
Thank you.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Our next participant.
Rachana Patel.
Yeah. I'm just calling to her only. Rachana Patel, please present your paper.
Her name is not in the list now.
No, it is there, madam. On
Yes,
12th.
I'm not having that one. No? Okay.
Rachana Patel.
Hello, am
are
I
you
audible?
there?
Yes.
Yeah, you are
Okay.
audible. Please.
Is my screen is visible?
Yeah, visible.
Okay.
And please adhere with time, please.
Yes, definitely, sir. I am waiting. Okay. Good afternoon, all. My name is Rachana Patel. I'm here to present a paper on a deep learning approach for automatic gender classification using transfer learning. Biography. In this paper, myself is there, Dr. Sanskruti Patel is there, Mr. Nilay Kanatra, Dr. Atul Patel is there, and we are from Faculty of Computer Science and Application, Cherotari University of Science and Technology, Changa. I will start with the abstract. Gender classification has been an active research area for the past few years. Numerous researchers applying their knowledge in order to contribute in this area. Gender classification is very important for the various tasks like traffic monitoring, surveillance, computer vision, and human-computer interaction. The conventional method applied for the gender classification has various limitations and lack of accuracy with live images. However, deep learning algorithms have been showing their potential in various computer vision applications, including gender classification. For the purpose of gender classification, in this research paper, pre-trained models VGG19, ResNet 50, and MobileNet V2 of Keras deep learning framework are utilized. All the models are already trained on large-scale dataset ImageNet. For the experimentation purpose, transfer learning concept using pre-trained model has been applied on the Kaggle dataset with 58,700 images. I will start with the introduction. Gender classification was initially the topic of study in psychophysical studies, and it focuses on the studying human visual processing. Based on the study, important features are identified which are used to classify human individual either as a male or female. Human facial structure plays a significant role in gender classification. Moreover, gender classification can be useful for the application, like already I told you in abstract, that is surveillance, male and female counting in a crowd, attendance monitoring, and many more. However, gender classification using facial images is challenging due to the images being affected by the various factors like facial expressions, noise in image, occlusions in the image, and many more. This gender classification is, we can consider it as a computer vision problem. This can be done by using the two approaches. The first one is convolutional machine learning approach and the deep convolutional neural network approach. So in the first approach, it involves the many stages like the image pre-processing steps, segmentation, feature extraction, classification. These steps are involved in the machine learning approach. So here the feature extraction is done manually with the help of the expertise. So every time when we are performing the classification task, we have to extract the feature manually. So we need the expertise to do this feature extraction manual task, whereas the task is reduced in this deep convolutional neural network approach, where it is this deep convolutional neural network is the end-to-end approach where all the process is done automatically. This approach is mainly used for the computer visions application. CNN is capable of automatic feature generation and provide the data insight which is used for efficient classification. Next is the literature review. So in a literature review, many researchers has used the conventional method, and many researchers has used the deep learning approach. So here we have used the deep learning architecture. In deep learning algorithms are widely used in areas like computer vision, image analysis, machine translation, and many more. However, CNN algorithms provide better accuracy compared with the traditional machine learning algorithm in the classification tasks. CNN architecture contains two types of layers for the feature extraction and layers for the classification. For feature extraction layers uses the multiple convolutional layer and activation function for efficient feature extraction. And classification layer contains fully connected layers which performs the classification task based on the feature extracted by the previous layer. To provide better classification accuracy, CNN architecture adjusts its input weight at different hidden layer. In this paper, transfer learning approach for gender classification has been applied using 3 CNN architecture. These are the VGG19, ResNet 50, MobileNet V2. VGG19 is using the stacking convolutional layer on top of each other to reduce the volume size. It is using the max pooling in the network. ResNet 50 architecture use the skip connection. It is a ResNet where 50 layers deep architecture is used. Some variations of ResNet are also available, like a ResNet 101, ResNet 152. Skip connection include in this skip connection is used, which add the output from the previous layer to the next layer. It overcomes the problem of vanishing gradient, which arise during the training of the neural network. Next architecture is the MobileNet V2 architecture. Was introduced by the Google. It is the lightweight architecture which demands the less computational power, and that's why it is used in the mobile application where the less computational power is required, as well as it can be used in various embedded devices. Over here, for the experimental purpose, we have used the Kaggle 2019 dataset, which consists approximately 58,700 images of male and females. This data set is categorized into the two categories: training data set and the validation data set. In a training data set, male images is of 23,200, female images is 23,800, and for the validation, male images 5,808 and female images 5,841. These are the sample images from the data set. Next, and one more thing, that in this image, these images are resized to some dimension, that is 224 into 224 dimension, before fed it into the network for training and validation. Next, I will show the implementation flow that we have used the 3 pre-trained model. Our data set is trained on this pre-trained data model, and we are getting the model training, and this CNN classifier is using that model training result to classify the classes for the unseen data. Next is the results. So here, by comparing all these three architecture, we can see, by looking at this table, we can say that the ResNet 50 is outperform among all these 3. So I can show you that this ResNet 50 is performing well among all 3. This is the result obtained for training, validation, and testing. Again, one more is there, that is performance evaluation matrices, that is the precision, recall, and F1 score, and in that also ResNet 50 is performing well. Next, the accuracy and loss result for ResNet 50 models. Here we have trained our model for 30 epoch. So over here 30 epoch is there, and the graph shows the accuracy and the loss obtained for each epoch, and we can see that every time the accuracy is increasing and loss is decreasing. So we can get it, we got over here the good result. And the conclusion, that in this paper, various pre-trained deep learning models like VGG19, ResNet 50, and MobileNet V2 are applied for gender classification using facial images on the dataset with huge amount of images. Moreover, various previous approaches used by the different authors have been discussed during the literature review. The accuracy and other parameters result obtained during experimentation have been compared for obtaining the best pre-trained gender classification model. All pre-trained models were trained with 30 epoch, and by considering batch size of 16. ResNet 50 model delivered best accuracy on training, validation, and testing set. Then MobileNet V2 and VG619 also provide significant accuracy in gender classification. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachna. Any question from participant?
Rachna, your ECOP or batches are sufficient for your this one?
Sorry, madam, I'm not able to get it.
Yeah, I'm saying that one ki your ECOP or batches you have to use this one paper. That is sufficient for accuracy.
Actually, madam, when we perform this task at 30, after performing 30 epoch, we got this result, so we stopped there. So by doing so many times, we are getting the same result, consistent result. So we stop there to consider it as a waste.
Okay. Okay.
We can extend, madam, epoch if we wish, but at that level we found the accurate result, so we stop there by adding the new epoch.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Rachna.
Thank you.
Our next participant is Geeta Golani, going to present the paper on a cogitation of image recognition using machine learning and deep learning technique. Geeta Golani. Hello.
Yes, sir, I'm available here.
Okay, okay.
So my PPT is visible.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Carry on.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Geeta Golani, research scholar, RNTU. The title of my paper is A Cogitation of the Image Recognition Using Machine Learning and Deep Learning Techniques. My research guide, Dr. Veena ma'am, she's Associate Professor, Computer Science Engineering, RNTU Bhopal. And my co-author is Ms. Manju Devnani, Research Scholar, RNTU Bhopal. So the visual performance of human is much better than that of the computers, probably because of the prior superior high-level image understanding, contextual knowledge, and massively parallel processing. But the human capabilities deteriorated drastically after an extended period of surveillance. Also, the certain working environments are either inaccessible or too hazardous for the human being. So far, these reasons, automatic recognition systems are developed for the various applications. Image recognition refers to technologies that identify places, logos, people, objects, buildings, and several other variables in the digital images. It may be very easy for human like you and me to recognize different images. Such images are the images of animals and anything. We can easily recognize the image of cat and differentiate it from the image of the horse. But it may be not very simple for the computer. So a digital image is an image that composed of picture element known as pixel, and each with the finite and discrete quantities of numeric presentation of the intensity or the gray level. So the computer sees an image as numerical values of these pixels. In order to recognize a certain image, it has to recognize the pattern and the regularities in this numerical data. So this is a picture. In this picture, we see the bicycle, car, and everything. We can recognize it in the way. So we having the feature learning. In the machine learning, featured learning or the representation learning is a set of techniques that allow a system to automatically discover the representation needed for the feature detection or the classification from the raw data. This replaces the manual feature engineering and allows a machine to both learn the feature and use them to perform a specific task. So in this diagram, we have an image, and we are applying the pattern recognition. We analyze the image and do the feature extraction and recognize the image, which is said to be the image classification. And we having the pattern recognition, which is used to give a human recognition intelligence to machine which require in image processing, and it is used to extract meaningful features from the given image or video sample, and it is used in the computer vision. Next, we having the traditional versus the deep learning approaches. And the conventional machine learning algorithm can only interact with the one-dimensional data, whereas the images appeared as a matrix. And the deep learning has recently become popular for the image recognition. The image can be directly used as an input of the image recognition network in a deep learning. And it does the feature engineering on its own, and they perform when dealing with a huge amount of data. Unlike the conventional algorithm can splice or extract the feature from the original images, the depth learning technology iteratively extract the features from the image to convert of the images. And in the deep learning, after convolution is completed, the algorithm process convolution image at the different recycled scales by the pooling. In CNN, the convolution neural network, the image is converted into array, and if there is any negative number in the array, it convert into 0 by the ReLU activation function. It reduces the image size and helps to control the overfitting. So in conclusion, the deep learning method has stronger learning abilities, and it is more suitable to solve the problems of the image recognition. So next, we having the feature extraction. It is a part of the dimensionality reduction process in which the initial set of raw data is divided and reduced to more manageable groups. It helps to get the best feature from those data set by select and combine variable into feature, thus effectively reducing the amount of data. And we having the some different categories of the feature extraction from the images. We having the geometric feature extraction from the images. In this, it can be corner feature and the edge feature, which can be detected by this method. Then we having the color feature extraction from the images. It is widely used for the visual features, use of histogram, and it is most common way to representing the color feature. We having the image classification approaches. There are different categories of the classifiers. Number one is the classification based on the type of training sample used, in which we having a supervised and unsupervised learning. Everyone discuss about this. What is supervised and unsupervised? Supervised classification, it use the labeled data set to train the algorithm that to classify data or predict outcome accurately. So in this classification techniques require the training data set in order to teach the classifier to define the decision boundaries and recognize the instances of the necessary information in the image where it is known as a training site. The main advantage of this classification is an operator that can detect error and correct them. And in this unsupervised learning, machine using the machine learning algorithm to analyze and cluster unlabeled data set. These algorithms discover hidden patterns or data grouping without the need of human intervention. This unsupervised learning explore the fundamental structure of the data and automatically partition based on this. And this technique is faster and free from the human error, and the analyst doesn't need any prior knowledge. Is based on the type of various parameters used on the data, that is the parametric and non-parametric function. These are the function which are the density based type function. The algorithm that simply the function is known to be for parametric function. The learning model that summarizes the data with a set of parameters of fixed size. It means independent of number of training example is said to be a parametric model. In this parametric machine learning algorithm, which includes logistic regression, linear discrimination, perceptome, naive bias, simple neural networks. And the benefits is simpler speed factor is there, very fast, less data. And the non-parametric method are good. We have a lot of data and have no prior knowledge. When you don't worry about the choosing the what just right feature, non-parametric machine learning algorithms are K nearest neighbor decision tree, Likert, and C4.5 support vector machine. Benefits, flexibility, power consumption, and the performance. On the basis of this classification, basis on number of outputs generated for each spatial data elements, we having the hard classification and we having a soft classification. In hard classification technique, we divide the image into different categories based on its pixels. And these algorithms made the classification on all within the image land cover classes or the theme. Hard classification can be used to estimate homogeneous areas such as cropland and water bodies. And in the soft classification, because of its ability to deal with mixed pixel, this classification has been proposed an alternative to hard classification, and the sub-pixel class scale information is represented in this classification by the output of the soft classification by the strength of membership of the pixel and display of each classes. The conclusion, there are several ways to classify these methods. The most common method of which is to divide them into supervised and unsupervised categories. The effectiveness of these technique is determined by the type of data for which we are using. Our analysts also explored various scenarios for the various image classification method as well as the benefits and drawbacks of each. These are the references. And thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nita.
Thank you, Geeta.
Thank you, ma'am.
You, in your paper, you have to, image recognition, okay? Using
Yes,
machine learning and deep learning techniques.
Yes,
okay?
ma'am.
So you have to clear everything in your paper, machine learning, deep learning on patterns and everything. So, but you have to clearly you have to tell which algorithm you have to apply in your image processing and image recognition.
We are using supervised learning method, and in which we are using also CV, open CV also we use CNN. Especially we are using the supervised learning for the regression method.
Yes, but you have to define two more algorithms now, na? You have to each and everything in, but applicable, which one, na? How to applicable, that is more important. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. We are doing the applicability right now in this paper. We having only the recognition using these both techniques. We are discussing about the number of techniques we have available with us.
Okay. Thank you, Geeta.
Thank you, Geeta.
Thank you, sir.
Our next participant is Mr. Anubhav Sharma to present paper on a recent review of image retrieval algorithm in multimedia.
Yes, sir, I'm here. I'm audible to you?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Now I'm going to share my screen with you.
Okay, please.
So is this visible?
Not yet, it's coming out.
Is this visible?
Yeah. Now visible.
Thank you, sir. I'm Anubhav Sharma. My topic is a recent review of image retrieval algorithm in multimedia. Along with me, my guide, Dr. Shiv Shakti Srivastava sir, with his guidance and his give me time, I'm going to make this type of thing. So his experience teaching undergraduate and graduate courses in computer science and engineering, actively participate in continued learning through conference and professional research. So I would like to give my whole attention and thank you to sir who gave me the time that I will do such type of research and things. The abstract of my topic is generally content-based image retrieval system that is called CBIR aims at developing techniques that support effective searching. A significant limitation of current content-based image retrieval technology is the problem of efficiently retrieving the set of stored images most similar to give a given query. one of the most essential computer system for viewing and retrieving images from a used database is the image retrieval system. For image retrieval system, we have two approaches. The first one is text-based image retrieval system, that is called TBIR, and the second one is content-based image retrieval system, that is called CBIR. The disadvantages of TBIR is that human annotation is impossible and costly for large database. For example, if I want to search a kite, so I just write KITE. So the system give a output, a kite, animated kite, or a movie of Hrithik Roshan, whose also name is Kite. So at that time, system is confused. What type of kite a person sitting in front of desktop wants. So that this is the main drawback of TBIR, because Hrithik Roshan is a actor who is also in the film known as Kite. So Kite, a flying kite, animated kite, a kid's kite, or a movie kite. So this is the main problem. So that's why we going to do work on CBIR, that is called content-based image retrieval system. In this approach, the image of a kite is shown in the figure, and with the help of this particular image, they retrieve from their database. So one of the many fundamental way in which CBIR differ from text retrieval is that it is based on fundamentally different model of data. In real world, so many images retrieval systems based on feature of images is great achievement for particular applications. Well, this is the bifurcation. Image retrieval techniques there are three types. First one is text-based image. Second one is content-based low-level image. And the third one is semantic-based high-level images. In text-based images, whatever we write on Google, it will search and result accordingly. But in the content-based and semantic-based images, what they do, they just take the global feature, local feature, relevant feedback, and machine learning approaches. With all this concept and the key points and corners, they retrieve the images on the basis of color, texture, and the remaining texture which is inside the images. So Query by Image Content, QBIC, presents the technologies allowing to organize digital pictures by their visual features. They are based on the application of computer vision techniques to the image retrieval problem in large database. CBIR consists of retrieving the most virtually similar images to a given query images from a database of images. QBIC presents the technologies allowing to organize digital pictures by their visual features. They are based on application of computer vision techniques to the image retrieval problem in large database. CBIR consists of retrieving the most virtually similar images to a given query images from a database of image. For example, if I'm going to search a bus from the database, so I just make a picture of bus, similar kind of buses are given from the system to me. So CBIR do like this. Well, for example, I have a query to find an image of a lion. So I just take a picture and give my query towards my system. Or in database, there are lots of images related to lion. So the extract feature is primitives and the features database. So what we say, the features, the texture, the color are similar with the database, then they just match, similarly measure. If it is relevant to that particular image, relevant feedback algorithm is applied over there and the matches result are there, and we find out the exact image of lion what we actually want. But in text-based images, if we like a LION lion, so there are number of images come from the server, like Lion King movie, Lion King animated movie, Lion King featured movie, and the lots of lions coming from that particular site. Or a person who would make a tattoo in hand and writing over there is lion, it also come from that particular site. So text-based image searching is a traditional poor technique as compared to CBIR. So system may be employed in a broad range of applications, including biometric system, digital libraries, multimedia, recommended system. In simple words, K-mean clustering algorithm is also the most important algorithm which help us to retrieve an image from our database. It classifies a group of objects based on attributes, features into K numbers of group. K is positive integer number. The grouping is completed by minimizing the sum of squares of distance between data and the corresponding cluster centroid. Thus, the purpose of k-means clustering is to classify the data using specific number of cluster. Likewise, C. Well, this is we have a 5 square box over there. In first, k is a positive integer number where the value of k is 2. Let's choose k object as an initial cluster center. K-means algorithm works on unsupervised learning technique. In this, there are lots of clusters are there. So what they do, they just do unsupervised learning and a make of group of cluster. So in the second one you see over there is that the all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 all blue cluster makes a combined cluster. We can say a meta cluster over there, and the all 1, 2, 3, 4 blue cluster makes a small cluster over there. So they just identify which parameter of cluster are similar to each other, and they just do this with the help of unsupervised learning technique. We also apply a deep learning technique over here by which they can reassign the points based on minimum distance and just make this final identify the new cluster centroid. So this is the algorithm, k-means clustering algorithm. It also helps to find out the actual image with the help of CBIR. Now it is a flow diagram. As our query image match with image database, if the feature extraction both of the image are same, then vector distance database set are over there. Finally, if they compare the both images are similarly to each other, then the output of images find out over here. Likewise, if we query about the bus, so we just our query image is bus, which is in red color. We are not going to tag which type of color is this, but feature extraction is that it is a rectangular in and 3D box over there. Color, features, tires, engines are there. If they match with the database, they extract all type of buses, double decker, single bus, Volvo buses, and single buses are there. And this image is matched with that database in which there are lots of images of buses are there. So this is the exact way by which we can extract. But in TBIR, that is called text-based image retrieval system, this kind of feature is quite impossible. So at last, I would like to conclude that the survey is based on still images. We are not going to do this type of survey on video images. This is on still images database and animated images used mostly in multimedia database. Problem is image retrieval is general prospects have not yet to be satisfactorily solved. The grayscale value means variant constant level and the various sizes of intensity values are considered as appropriate feature for retrieval. We have shown that different methods are quite useful for relevant image retrieval system. So what I just want to conclude at last, that this is the only method by which we can extract images from database only for still images. It is not for video images, but yes, I'm going to work for video images. It will be shown later on. So thank you very much for patience listening.
Okay, thank you, Anubhav.
Thank you,
Madam,
Anubhav.
any question?
Anubhav, your paper is recent review of image retrieval algorithm. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is review. You have got any decision with your this one paper?
Yes, ma'am.
Any efficient result?
Yes, ma'am. Finally, when I review all this type of paper, I have more than 19 of paper size survey and study. At last, what I got, the unsupervised learning and deep learning are the technique by which we can find the more accurate image as compared the relevant previous techniques like TBIR.
So it is efficient manner.
Yes, ma'am. This is more efficient as compared previous one, but still we are doing for video images also.
Because this is a multimedia. Multimedia is a very vast thing. Na?
Yes, ma'am.
You know,
So,
K means algorithms, and you have to define that one algorithm, supervised and supervised. So which one you have to decide which one is the best for that one?
I find out the K-means algorithm is mostly good because it works on unsupervised learning.
Pattern recognition. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Anubhav.
Thank you.
Our next participant is Meenakshi Dayal, is going to present paper on large data set clustering using K-mean with Hadoop MapReduce.
First of all, good afternoon, all of you, sir.
Meenakshi, are you there?
Yes, sir. Hello, sir. I am audible, sir.
Yeah, you are audible.
Good afternoon to all of you, sir.
Good afternoon.
So my title is
Yes, yes. Carry on,
Yes,
Meenakshi.
ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. My title is Large Data Set Clustering Using K-Means with Hadoop MapReduce. Under the guidance of Rajen Gupta sir, I write this paper. So myself, Meenakshi Dayal, Assistant Professor from SAC College of Professional Education, ISECT Group. My abstract is large data set has become more popular for process data, store data, and manage data anomalous data. The clustering of data set has become a challenging issue in the field of large data set analysis. The K-means algorithm is perfect to find the relation between object which is created on distance measures with a small data set. Clustering algorithms involve accessible solution to manage large data set. This study presents two approaches to the clustering of large data set using MapReduce. The first method we use K-means Hadoop MapReduce. It is KMHMR, emphasis on the MapReduce execution of standard K-means. And the second one is the method develop the quality of cluster to produce cluster distance for large data set. This research conducted on the standard K-means and proposed solution showed that the KMI2C approaches is well organized. And the keyword is large data set, clustering, K-means, Hadoop, and MapReduce KMI2C. The description is this: clustering large data set with KMHMR. Data set clustering is a single technique for dividing the article that have a place with the data with some equivalent attributes. In distributing techniques, the objective of clustering is to isolate n object into k gathering where k is lesser than equals to n. Clustering technique focus on gathering of data set that is dependent on certain portion of equivalence. With developing size of data set is association. For examples, broadcast, nowadays communication, drugstores, bioinformatics, and online media. There is a need to separate important experience from the data put away in the workers. The issue is identified with clustering large data set is K implies clustering techniques function admirable with data set that are the low size and volume and manage data that has predefined data design. Storing colossal volumes of data requires various hard drives, for instance, 200 terabytes, 250 hard drives, and 400 GB is needed to store the data. The data preparing is identified with the handling of gigantic volumes of data. Hadoop is a versatile and conveyed structure which takes into consideration circulated handling of gigantic measures of data utilizing MapReduce programming model. The upside of utilizing MapReduce likewise incorporates recognizing, dealing with disappointments, and having high solid assistance. And the data analysis on clustering data set utilizing KMHMR. The proposed arrangement is MapReduce. Adaptation of K-means applies clustering techniques. MapReduce is one of the most effective clustering answer for large data issues. And KMHMR works on the rule that every data can be
Yes, Meenakshi. Meenakshi, are you audible?
Meenakshi, Is there any technical glitch? You are not audible.
Hi, she's not listening now. Is there something? Mukesh sir, are you audible?
Yes, madam.
Yes, yes, yes.
Should I call next participant?
So will we call the next one now?
Okay. Our next participant is Rupali Tapkadi. She is going to present paper on systematic review of deep learning technique for the visual feature representation and learning. Rupali Tapkadi.
Rupali?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, Rupali.
Rupali?
Your voice is coming.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good afternoon to all. Myself, Rupali Tabakde. I am a research scholar in RNTU, and my guide is Ma'am Dr. Varsha Jotwani, Madam. My topic is systematic review of deep learning techniques for visual feature representation and learning. Abstract is now visual feature representation along with deep learning techniques have a great area of research today. And these industries aims to focus on deep feature learning with dataset and self-learning model. Most recent efforts in unsupervised feature learning already exist on either small or highly created dataset like ImageNet, whereas using non-curated raw dataset was found to decrease the feature quality when evaluated on a transfer task. In my paper, I have a systematic conclusion, the work already done in area related to visual feature representation, similarity computation methods, and experimental results comparison. Now, as we all know that AI is the system able to perform tasks that normally requires human intelligence, such as visual perception, speech recognition, decision making, and translation between languages. So, machine learning is the subset of AI. And in machine learning, it is AI system with ability to automatically learn and improve from experience without being explicitly programmed. And deep learning is subset of machine learning. It is based on ANN, artificial neural network, with representation learning. As the figure shows, it shows the machine learning and deep learning. In deep learning techniques, we have several hidden multiple layers from which we get feature extraction and classification of an image which we have to input, and then we get the output. Learning can be supervised, semi-supervised, or unsupervised. We have already many deep learning techniques such as ANN, CNN, DNN, RNN, DAE, DBEN, and DBM. We particularly focused on CNN. In CNN technique, when we have an input of an image, then we use CNN technique. In this technique, we have multiple convolutional layers. In first layer, we extract basic features such as horizontal and diagonal edges. And in second layer, we detect more complex features like corners and combinational edges. And in the next layer, we detect more complex features such as objects, faces, etc. And in between these convolutional layers, we have pooling layers that decreases the computational power required to process the data by reducing the dimension. It is of two types, average pooling and max pooling. But we know that max pooling is better than average pooling. Then after that, we get the result in fully connected layer. It is an activation map of final convolution layer. The classification layer outputs a set of confidence scores, values between 0 and 1, that specify how likely the image is to be belong to a class. In our figure, we have an input and image of a car, then we predict the output. It is a class of a car image. Then we have many learning techniques. In that we have supervised learning and unsupervised learning. In supervised learning, we have labeled data, and in unsupervised, we have unlabeled data. In supervised learning, we have multi-layer perceptron, MLP, and in unsupervised learning, we have autoencoders. In supervised learning, we have dictionary learning, but in unsupervised, we have matrix factorization. In supervised learning, we have classification and regression techniques, but in unsupervised, we have clustering and density estimation techniques. In supervised learning, we calculate outcome, but in unsupervised, we discover underlying patterns. So we all know that I show the data efficient image recognition with CPC graph. We know that with decreasing amount of labeled data, supervised network trained on pixel fails to generalize, which we show with red line. And when trained on unsupervised presentation learn with CPC, these networks retain a much higher accuracy in this low data, which we show with the blue line. So CPC is contrastive productive coding. It is an unsupervised objective which learns predictable representation. Now we have a review paper. In this, we can detailed analysis of different approaches by the different authors with different methodology on deep learning techniques. We have many methods like deep CNN methods or k-means clustering methods, and we get the output. We have detailed analysis of these. Then after that, in my paper also, we have various convolutional neural networks comparison analysis on ImageNet and Place dataset also. In this, we can found that ImageNet dataset is more accurate than Place dataset, which we get from the different authors' papers published. Now, in this table, we comparison on the ImageNet linear classification on latest networks. These methods are SimCLR, MoCo method, Boyle method, SWAP method. In this, we compare between on the BOC dataset and COCO dataset, in which we can this table is for object detection and segmentation. Now, in our abstract, we also use one word, that is self-supervised learning. Self-supervised learning has been widely used to refer to techniques that do not use human annotated data set to learn representation of data. Or it is a form of unsupervised learning where the data provides the supervision. As the figure shows, we have many images. When we rotate it with at random, then if we rotate it with 90 degree or 180 degree, then we get the XY coordinates, that is pre-text task. Then we have ConNet, that is supervised training data set. Then we have learned representation, and then we got transfer learning. It uses data from one task to help learn on another and can be beneficial to a variety of practical downstream tasks. Now, self-supervised presentation learning is care about producing good features, generally helpful for many tasks. It is of two types, generative or productive, and second one is contrastive. Now conclusion, learning visual representation with self-supervised learning has become popular in computer vision.
Thank you, Rupali.
Thank
Madam,
you,
any
Rupali.
question?
Yes, Rupali, this is systematic review of deep learning techniques for visual feature representation and learning. So you think this is deep learning technique? You are applying for this visual feature representation. What do you think?
Ma'am, we actually use CNN for my work. Basically, I am working on a Siamese network. So in this review paper, we can review all the techniques of deep
learning.
So
this is review?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you have to define that one, this algorithm is applicable. So I think, okay. Okay, sir, we will call the next one.
Okay, thank you, Rupali.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for the presentation. Now our next participant is Mr. Vijay Panse, who is going to present paper on brightness preserving low contrast medical image enhancement based on local contrast, stretching and global dynamic fuzzy histogram equalization.
Yes, sir. Sir, I'm unable to turn on my camera. Is it okay?
It's okay.
Okay, sir.
Maybe turn it. Okay.
So, good evening to everyone, all the professors, assistant professors, and all my dear friends. So, my topic is brightness preserving low contrast medical image enhancement based on local contrast stretching and global dynamic fuzzy histogram equalization. I am Vijay Panse, and my guide sir is Dr. Rajendra Gupta. So I am a computer science faculty for the last 8 years at DPS Bhopal. I have done my BCA from BU Bhopal and I have done my MCA from SMU. I'm a research scholar in the RNTU Raisen, and I have many interests like programming, photography, videography, and my research, my guide sir is the associate professor at Rabindranath Tagore University. He is a doctorate in computer science and has more than 21 years of working experience in the government and non-government sectors. His teaching and research areas are networking, network security, data mining, statistical analysis, computer graphics, and multimedia. And he has published more than 50 research papers in the national and international journals.
Please, Vijay, you have to focus on paper now. Time is going now.
So I go to my abstract. Basically, my work is on the medical images such as MRIs, mammographs, X-rays, CT scans. Okay, which offer some very important details of the soft tissue about the human brain. It can be cancer, it can be stroke, a variety of other diseases. So these photographs, they help the doctors and physicians in identifying the disease. However, these images can have some poor contrast ratio, and to remedy this, we have prepared this. I have prepared this software. We have used the hybrid strategies which combine the CA, that is contrast stretching, and I have done BPDFHE, that is the latest change we have done in the paper, and it is brightness preserving dynamic fuzzy histogram equalization. So basically, we begin with the pre-processing of the images to eliminate the noise. To eliminate the noise, and then we calculate the background and we calculate the foreground, and we like simply estimate the background and the foreground, and then we like update the original image. So when we get the new image, it contains only the foreground objects. We use the contrast etching technique. So after we merge the images, after enhancing the foreground, we can improve the picture by using the global BPDFHE, that is the brightness preserving dynamic fuzzy histogram equalization process. And we have done experiments of various process, and we are getting quite proper results, and we have the data. I'll be showing that. So keywords I've used AMBE, BP, DFHE, contrast etching, medical images, and the PSNR, that is the peak signal to noise ratio. So basically I have used 4 things in my research. First, we'll apply the median filter to the images, then we'll change the background as I told you, then we'll do the contrast etching, and then we'll preserve the brightness using the DFHE, that is the dynamic fuzzy histogram equalization. So I'll just explain these 4 of them. So first, as I told you, I use the median filter. So all the medical images, they have various noisy data. So the denoising is required to be to get the better image quality of the medical images. So we have used the median filter to denoise the speckle noise from the image. And the reason behind this is that this median filter is very robust, and it can find out the noise, and it can eliminate the incorrect or the wrong data from the medical images. So in this type of a filter, the current pixel value is replaced by the mid value, by the pixels which are selected surrounding that particular pixel. Next, we have the background approximation. So by using this, we are capable of accurately extracting the non-uniform background of the original image, which is not required. Basically, we only need the foreground part. So we basically find out the non-uniform lighting as per the image, and then we extract the foreground image, and here we have used the formula. So where F is the observed image and S is the non-uniform field, and we have the true signal that is required over there. So here S is the multiplicative quantity. If I talk about S over here, what we do, the background image, the background part that we don't want, we'll just make the value of S as 0, so it will become 0, so it will become black, so nothing would be visible. So in that manner, only the foreground would be visible properly. So that is our work. So next thing we did is the contrast etching on the images. So the simplest point processing approach is the contrast etching, which allows high dynamic range images. In this method, we just increase the contrast by making dark areas darker and the lighter areas lighter. As you can see in the graph, you can see when we take an image, if we talk about any image, whether it's an RGB image or it's a grayscale image, the values, they start from 0 to 255. So the beginning ones and the ending ones, I have just given this diagram, the beginning one. So basically we use the contrast etching. Okay, so if you can see the contrast etching calculations, if you look at the L1 slope and L3 slope, they are a bit similar. So as the formula shows, that L1 slope and the L3 slopes, they are less than 1, and the slope of L2, which I have marked with the blue annotation, you can see that is always greater than 1. So we usually work with the L1 and the L3 slopes, and this is how we can just use the contrast etching on the images. Next, we go to the main thing, that is the brightness preserving using DFHE, that is dynamic fuzzy histogram equalization. So we have used 4 things. Okay, that is fuzzy histogram computation, local maximum, histogram equalization, and image normalization. So fuzzy histogram here is the frequency of occurrence of gray levels around the whole image. So this is how we compute the fuzzy, we find out the values of a histogram for the fuzzy computation. Next, the local maximum, we first identify the position of the highest levels, okay, in the measured above fuzzy histogram, and then we split the fuzzy histogram into various areas. So next we have the histogram equalization. Here the fuzzy histogram of each interval is equalized separately, and then we normalize the image. That is the most important and the last part. So here what we do, we simply check the mean intensity of the input image, that is the original image, and then we try to set the same level of intensity of the brightness of the output image. So in that case, we can just normalize the image and then we get the final image. So after applying the whole process to the image, the contrast is enhanced of the both subjective and objectively as compared to the various other enhancement methods. So here, whatever I have explained is a small block diagram to explain. If suppose this is the original image, after pre-processing, we have done the extraction of the foreground and we have reduced, we have removed the background, and then we have this part marked in the red is the background, and this part is the foreground marked in the red box. So after we extract the foreground, after we extract the background, we can just use the contrast stretching, and then we can just merge the image. So this was the original image which is over here, and this one is the enhanced image. So after we use the fuzzy histogram equalization, we get the output image, that is the brightness preserved contrast enhanced image. So you can clearly see the input image. Let me remove this. So you can clearly see the input image as well as the output image, and you can see the quality of the image has got enhanced. So now we have implemented a proposed method in MATLAB R 2017 B version. Okay, and we have conducted various experiments. Still, we are conducting various experiments, and we have just used various histogram equalization methods like HE, PLA-HE, BP, DHE, and the performance is calculated on the basis of AMBE and PSNR. So as you all know, AMBE is the absolute mean brightness error, and PSNR, as I told earlier, also its peak signal to noise ratio. We have tested the results on this 10 medical images now in this paper, and actually we have connected the results on more than 150 images. So for exhaustive analysis of the image quality, we have taken the images that have poor visibility in the underexposed regions and high visibility in the overexposed regions. So this is a simple snapshot of the knee MRI image. This is the MRI of a knee. So this is the histogram of the original image. Then we get the enhanced image with the proposed method that we have discussed. And here is the histogram of the output image. And we can all clearly see that the histogram has improved and even the output image has got improved. So I go to the next one, and here this is another CT scan of the head of a human being. So you can see the histogram of the original image, and you can see the output histogram of the output image. So we have also done the comparisons. This is the peak signal to noise ratio comparison, and I have used this blue color, the light blue color that you see. This is our method used, the process used, and the others are CLA-HE, which is already available. We have the histogram equalization, and we have the CS, that is contrast etching, along with brightness preserving dynamic histogram equalization without the fuzzy method. So you can see all the ratios. The best that we can see is by using the fuzzy method along with the brightness preserving dynamic histogram equalization. So this is the work that we have done in this paper for the 10 images which are low contrast medical images. You can see the names: angiography live, then we have the breast x-ray, we have chest x-ray, CT skull head CT which we have just now shown, then we have the kidney MRI was just shown, then we also have the spine, and we have various other images also. So I go ahead and I go to the conclusion. So medical image enhancement offers extensive range of approaches for enhancing medical images to achieve visually acceptable images. In this paper, we have applied pre-processing to remove noises present in the images. Then we estimate accurate background surface and obtain new foreground image by subtracting this to the estimated background from the original image. We perform contrast stretching method on the foreground image, which contain only the required object. And finally, after combining the background and enhanced foreground image, we apply global BP-DF-HE method to enhance the image. And the experiments were carried out on various low contrast medical images, and we have also shown the results using the PSNR and AMB parameters, etc. Ma'am, if I have time, I can show the working of.
No, enough, Vijay. Vijay, your working is very, very well. If it is implemented in a good manner, I think you have to get the good result. So it is very useful for a medical field. I think so. It is
Yes.
very beneficial too. Now you have got the good result. You are satisfied.
Ma'am, we are getting very good results, ma'am, and like even like while testing, once we simply took the sample pictures which are there in the computer, so it just enhances those pictures and we can see. So not even medical images, we can, if I click a picture of a tree or a picture of the clouds, even I can, if I input that image, so I get the output as desired. So we are very happy and we are still working on it. So like it will be done almost in the next few days, I guess. Because this is my 4th paper, ma'am.
Okay.
We've been working on this for like many months now.
Yeah. You use the MATLAB only.
Yes, ma'am. I've used MATLAB.
Okay. Good.
Thank you.
Sir, one more?
Okay. Thank you, Vijay. Thank you for nice presentation. Today's last participant is Miss Archana, going to present a paper on barrier of smart grid development in India. Miss Archana.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I'm here, sir. I'm just sharing my screen.
Okay.
Is my screen visible?
Yes.
आज जब सुबह से लेके बैठी हूँ इतनी हवा चल रही
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Archana. I am research scholar. The topic of my presentation is barriers for smart grid technology development in India. This is my profile. This is the plan of my presentation. My research problem is to study the challenges in development of a smart grid technology in India, and the territorial scope of this research is India. For this research, I have the methodologies which I have used is bibliometric analysis, topic modeling, and literature review. So coming to the introduction of the topic, smart grid is an advanced electric grid with integration of information and communication system. It integrates various types of smart and intelligent devices like smart power meters, smart substations, superconducting cables, and phaser management unit. And the most important feature of a smart grid is that it is able to provide the near real-time data. It means that if smart grid is implemented or somebody is using the smart meter, so the consumer is whatever the electricity he or she is consuming, he is able to know in the real time. So the first question is that why we are going for smart grid? Like we have since the last more than 100 years, the conventional grid which has been supplying electricity. Now the scientists and researchers, they are planning to integrate it with various intelligent devices and to make the grid more smart. The challenges with conventional grid are that it has very high transmission and distribution loss. It means that whatever the electricity it is produced, and when it goes to the consumer premises, many times 30 or 40% of electricity is lost. So which is a very heavy loss. Second challenge is power theft, which is very common in India because many people, they bypass their meter and they connect it directly, and in that case they don't get the meter reading, but they enjoy the free electricity. So it is a big challenge and it causes loss to the distribution companies. Next challenge is that it is the conventional grid is not able to adjust the growing energy demand, because as the population is increasing, very industrial development is going on. So we also need to get more and more of electricity. In this case, the conventional grid is not able to deliver the electricity in a proper manner. Next challenge is it has difficulty in locating the grid failures. Also, it cannot spontaneously reroute the electricity. And the last but one of the most important problem is that the frequent power cut, which is frequent in many parts of India. Not talking about the developed countries, but in developing countries, they also even today they face frequent power cut, and all these challenges it creates loss to utilities, and it also leads unsatisfaction in the consumers. Talking about the smart grid benefit, smart grid, the most important benefit of a smart grid is that it is a sustainable system because it is integrated with many renewable energy sources like solar energy, wind energy, hydropower energy. It is more efficient. In that case, it becomes more efficient. It provides more efficient transmission of electricity. It also provides quicker restoration of electricity after power failure because it is able to detect and it is able to reroute the electricity. Also, it has reduced operation and management cost because most of the manual work are reduced, and it is done by the due to the integration of communication system. The work are automatically done. Also, it is proposed and assumed that it will have lower power cost for the user by using the various demand management technology, and also it will provide reduced peak demand, which is a major problem in many countries. Also, it has better integration of customer-owned power generating system. It means if the consumer they are using solar power and wind power and they are getting excess of electricity, they can easily sell it to the utilities or to other persons. There are many smart appliances like integrated communication system for sensing and measurement technology and for advanced component. Smart grid development in India. In India, smart grid development smart grid has been developed a lot. Like India has already completed 11 pilot projects and one smart city project, which was conducted by Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur. And it has many functionalities like AMI, advanced metering infrastructure, outage management, peak load management, and power quality management. These types of functions were covered in these various pilot projects. And to take care of the smart grid development, India Smart Grid Forum and India Smart Grid Task Force, they were constituted by Ministry of Power. So these are the few projects. All the pilot projects have almost been completed, and some of the projects which have been completed, but their final report has yet to be submitted. And after the completion of the pilot project, many projects have been started in India to start the smart grid development. So these are the few states where smart grid pilot projects have been done. In Panipat, in Himachal Kalam district, in Manesar, in Guwahati, Puducherry, like different parts of India, they have conducted the smart grid pilot projects. And these are some smart grid projects which are going to be started. So coming to the research framework, in this research, first a source of the database was selected and Scopus database was used. Data extraction was done by using keywords and various level of keywords, and then some manual filtering was also done. After that, after extracting of data, topic modeling was performed with the help of latent dielectric allocation algorithm, and then literature review was done. So data extraction, it was first the Scopus database was used. Actually, in initial phase, various database were explored like Elsevier.
Yes, Archana. Archana? Now,
Archana? What happened, Archana?
I think
she lost the connectivity, I think.
Yeah, I think, yes, ma'am. So wait.
Okay. Deven sir?
Mukesh sir?
Yes, madam. I think it's over for the presentation.
Okay. Madam, just wait for, I think, if anybody has phone, mobile, so you can call. Otherwise, wait for 1 or 2 minutes. Maybe
Yeah,
we will
sure,
complete
sir.
there. Please.
Abhinash, please call. Archana is sharing.
Otherwise, after waiting 1 or 2 minutes,
Hello.
we can close.
Archana?
Hello. Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes. Please continue.
Okay, sir. Actually, sir, weather is not fine here. It's storm and raining. That's why I am getting disconnected.
Okay. So you want to close?
No, sir. I will continue,
Okay.
sir. No problem. Sir, if you're audible, I will continue.
Yes,
Okay.
Voice coming well.
Should I continue from this slide or should I go back?
Yes, you next one you have to.
Okay, ma'am. So in the second level, the keywords were restricted by smart grid barriers in smart grid technology and challenges with smart grid. So the paper was reduced to almost 8,000. Then finally English papers with English language and peer-reviewed journals were selected. So the paper came down to 713, and finally some manual filtering was also performed. So I got 126 number of paper. So this is the CSV file which I got. On that CSV file, I performed topic modeling. For topic modeling, the algorithm used was latent dirichlet allocation. And for this, the programming language used was Python. And then the data which was used was abstract of the research paper. And with the help of Python programming language, 4 important topics were resulted, which were government policies, economic, social, and technical. So this is the word cloud which I was able to generate. In this word cloud, the important topics which are smart grid, system, energy, and as the second keyword was challenges. So the important keywords which were related to challenges we can observe like microgrid, network, renewable energy, infrastructure, economic. So these are the keywords which reflects to the various types of barriers. So when the 4 different types of 4 different topics were revealed, then after performing the literature review, the barriers inside the 4 different topics, they were further studied. So in the government policies, following barriers were found, like government taxation policy at solar and at many instruments, the dual taxation policy have been performed, have been used by the government. Like many utilities, they want to import solar panels and solar cells from China as it is very cheap. So, but because of the double taxation policy, it becomes it becomes costly. Next is a lack of appropriate awareness among stakeholders. Then lack of proper forum for disseminating knowledge, because in India, as the smart grid is in developing phase, the people want to know about smart grid technology. They want to discuss about the technology, but because of lack of proper forum, many people they are not clear about the idea of smart grid technology. Then the multiplicity of authorities. This is because of multiplicity of authorities. Initially, when 14 pilot projects were approved, few projects had to be cancelled and few projects were delayed. So there should not be multiplicity of authority. Also, the lack of ease of funding for solar project, this creates another challenge. Then the lack of guidelines to support or interoperability, because interoperability, it helps in making the products cheap and also eases the effort of various utilities. Then lack of support for open standards and jurisdictional issues because of interconnection of states. These are other challenges. Then in case of economic challenges, which were high initial cost, high replacement cost, maintenance cost, negative effect of dynamic pricing, because in smart grid, the utilities are planning to have a dynamic pricing. Like in conventional grid, we have a flat rate pricing, but in case of dynamic pricing, depending upon the peak time and off peak time, the price will vary. So for many consumers, it may be uncomfortable. And then many consumers have fear of increased electricity bills, long payback period, lack of financial resources, and then inefficient pricing of electricity. These are other challenges in economic criteria. Then coming to the technical criteria, lack of infrastructure, over voltage issue, intermittent nature of renewable energy sources. It means renewable energy sources like solar and wind, they are not available all times. During the daytime and in sunny days, plenty of solar energy is available, but in winter and in cloudy weather, we don't have that much availability of solar energy, and hence we need to have a proper like guidance and proper storage system for that. Then there is a slowdown of process due to high volume of data generated because interconnected nature and use of communication technologies, data will be generated every second. Then lack of sufficient inbuilt features, unauthorized private and public use of data, and radio frequency safety issue. These are other challenges. Similarly, in case of social, as technology, as the smart grid technology is user oriented, so it is important to have proper awareness among the consumers. They should. There is a lack of knowledge about the smart grid. They don't know about what is the benefit of using of a smart grid and what are the various programs which will provide them various benefit and incentives. So people need to be aware of these problems. The power theft, they should know that power theft is not a good idea, and it is causing loss to different utilities and even to government. The lack of involvement of people with lesser affinity for computer and IT system, and lack of trust for implementation is also another challenge. So my conclusion is that India needs to work on both infrastructure development and smart grid development. Also, there should be a proper regulatory frame to accelerate the development of smart grid technology. There needs to conduct a training and workshop to educate the employees about the smart grid technology, and also consumers should be educated about the benefit of using the smart grid technology, and the industry needs to work in collaboration with the universities and the various research institutions. So these are my references. Thank you.
Thank you, Archana. Archana?
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
You defined that one smart grid. This type of project government has taken on working. You have researched this one thing. So where you have to collect the data for extract?
Ma'am, actually I went to the Scopus database, and from the Scopus database, I searched the paper. This is my data. Like year-wise and author-wise, I searched the data, and then I worked on the abstract of various data, so as to know what are the different aspects of smart grid technology, what are the various topics related to smart grid technology on which the research is going on. On performing the LDA method, I was able to divide these various like barriers into four major classifications, which were government policies, technology, economic, and social. So I did not use the government data, but yes, I used the report of the government data, National Smart Grid Forum report I have referred, and based on these data, I have done the research. And for using this, I have used the natural language processing library also.
Yes, so natural language processor, that means which one?
Natural language processing, ma'am. This is my code. This is the word cloud which I have generated using this code. So by passing the abstract, here I have passed the abstract. By passing the abstract of this CSV file, I have generated like it classified into various keywords. Then by studying these keywords, I classified into various topics.
So that is we give. Okay, understand.
Yes,
okay, Archana. Thank you, Archana.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Archana.
Thank you, sir.
Now, I think Madam, paper is
Now
over.
will we conclude this one?
Yeah. Madam, Sanjay, madam, please.
This one session.
Okay.
Mukesh sir, can we complete this session?
I'm just requesting you to conclude this technical session. Madam, please.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you so much. Now this session is based on machine learning and data science. I think all these aspects will be covered in this session. All the 12 papers are included in this session. All papers are based on data science and machine learning. So data science is a field of study that aims to use a scientific approach to extract machine and insights from data. Now, machine learning, on the other hand, refers to a group of techniques used by data scientists that allow computers to learn from data. Now, this is based about international conference on machine learning and data science based applications. So I think all these papers are very useful to learners, listeners. So it is very wonderful session, I think so. And it is a great opportunity for this one. Thank you so much. Now time is very going now. So Mukesh sir, you have to say something, or we have to?
No, we are thankful to organizing committee also to give us opportunity for the session.
Shall I end, sir?
Thank you.
Shall I conclude today's session?
Yes, madam.
Thank you, Mukesh sir. Thank you, Shalja madam.
Thank you, Varsha.
Rabindranath Tagore University, with association of IFERP, we have successfully completed our first day international conference. And I would like to thank our conference coordinator, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Gupta, co-coordinator, Dr. Pratima Gautam, convener, Dr. S. Veenadhari, and also like to thanks once again to our today's keynote speaker, guest Dr. A. Subhish, Dr. Ajay Rana, Dr. Abbas M. Al-Bakri, Technical Session 1 in charge, Mr. Nitesh Bhagel, along with the session chair, Dr. S. Veenadhari and Dr. Rajen Gupta. Technical Session 2 in charge, Mr. Devin Singh Rathore, along with the session chair, Dr. Shailaja Sharma, Professor Mukesh Gautam. With that note, now I am going to end this first day and will meet again tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. in the morning. Thank you once again.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam, and thank you to all.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Avinash, just
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. I will close.
Okay.
Vinashji, thank you, and thank you to all.
Thank you. Thank you all.
We'll meet.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
We'll meet tomorrow at 10:30 a.m.
Great.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.